We do things differently.
It's explaining the absolute madness of this, doesn't it?
It's explosive.
I mean, this is very good.
It's lively.
850. Your government sat there, Sean, and it did nothing.
It's controversial.
And the Middle East has been in turmoil since before I was born.
It's everything you need to kickstart your evening.
Everyone's had their Weetabix tonight. I love to see it.
That's Patrick Christie's Tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We're proud to be GB News, the People's Channel, and as you know, we always love to hear your views. Now, there's a new way of getting in touch with us at gbnews.com/yoursay. By commenting, you can be part of a live conversation and join our GB News community. You can even talk to me, Bev Turner, or any of the members of the GB News family.
Mornings don't have to be tiresome, especially if you have the right company.
Wake up to news as it happens, opinion and debate, and of course, a little bit of entertainment too.
Because when the kettle's on, we're on.
That's Breakfast on GB News, a show worth waking up for.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We'll spread the news, you spread the word.
Good Afternoon Britain isn't just about us. The wonderful thing about this programme is it's about everyone watching. It's an interactive programme.
Well, there absolutely is something to see here, and we're going to be talking about it more.
Whether it's breaking royal news,
Will, please bring us up to date.
or indeed a particularly punchy speech in the House of Commons,
Very, very curious.
we bring it to you live, and then we bring you live reaction as well.
That's Good Afternoon Britain, weekdays from midday.
Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
If you want your news to be straight talking,
This is a nightmare for the Conservatives again.
down to earth,
It's not just Nottingham where this is happening, is it?
and most importantly, honest,
Hard-working, middle-class taxpayers, they'll get their book thrown at them.
then catch me, Martin Daubney, Monday to Friday, 3 till 6 p.m. on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Camilla Tominey, for a frank and honest discussion with those in power that cuts through the spin and gets to the heart of the issues shaping our nation.
You haven't confirmed that you want to stand as leader, but you haven't ruled it out either.
This report basically says that he's not fit to stand trial. Is he indecisive? Incompetent?
I deliver the dose of reality Westminster needs. That's the Camilla Tominey Show at 9:30 every Sunday on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
In the GB newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK,
we're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
Good morning. Breaking news overnight, and America is hit by another disaster in the skies.
Shocking scenes in Philadelphia as streets are ablaze after an air ambulance, which was carrying a child and 5 others, plummeted from the sky.
Well, thought to be a medical transport jet, no survivors expected. Eyewitnesses describe the tragedy.
But I just see the plane is getting lower and lower and lower. It nipped the house. When it nipped the house, it hit a couple cars. Boom! And to the plaza, and to the Dunkin' Donuts, everywhere. I never seen nothing like that a day in my life.
And of course, as you'll know, it comes just days after that collision at Ronald Reagan Airport in Washington, D.C. Authorities there confirming 41 bodies have been recovered so far.
Also today, the rise of reform. Nigel Farage compares his party's polling with Donald Trump's election victory as he addresses crowds at a rally in Kemi Badenoch's constituency.
We've been riding a bit of a wave. And you know what? If we keep riding that wave a bit more, we really will surprise everybody come that next general election when we win it.
Is Trump waging a tariff war? Canada, Mexico and China face levies on their goods from today. And we're all asking, is the EU next?
We have a tremendous deficit with the European Union, so we'll be doing something very substantial.
Long-term sick will need to look for jobs in a benefit overhaul that says the government looks to cut the £65 billion sickness bill.
And how will today's alcohol duty changes affect the price of a pint? The price of wine and spirits is going to rise.
And the country prepares to say goodbye to Linda Nolan as her funeral takes place today following that battle with cancer.
The sorry state of British train etiquette. Bad behaviour exposed as the 10 biggest pet peeves that we've got when travelling on public transport. So do get in touch and tell us yours.
It was a chastening opening night for Wales in the Six Nations rugby as they were beaten by a rampant France in Paris. England start their campaign in Dublin against Ireland later today. And could Marcus Rashford be heading for Aston Villa? We'll find out later.
Quite a bit of murkiness this morning, even some fog patches to watch out for, and then we have some rain arriving into the northwest overnight. Stick around for more on this coming up.
It's just gone 6 o'clock. I'm Stephen Dixon.
And I'm Ann Diamond, and this is GB News Breakfast. And huge apologies, because it really gets me when we spell something wrong. We spelled tariff wrong there, did you notice?
Oh, did we?
2 R's and an F, and it should be two. One R and two Fs.
Well, the tariff.
Get that changed.
Maybe we'll get the tariff problem.
It was a tariff. Yeah, there you go.
Well, these things happen, but we will get that sorted out.
I know,
for
but
you.
spelling really
It does
annoys
matter.
me.
It does matter, but it's you know, it's one of those things that is changing a little bit.
I know. Texting that's changed it.
Yes.
Isn't it?
Autocorrect.
Yeah.
I don't think we'll have...
autocorrect is a menace. Because, I mean, sometimes it gets it right, but most times it gets it wrong, and you end up texting something that you didn't mean to text at all.
I have sent some rather strange texts over the time.
Yeah, and then you have to question them.
The nice thing is, have you noticed on WhatsApp now you can edit? You can, if you've sent a message, you can now edit it.
After you've sent it?
After you've sent it.
On text messages?
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
Really?
That's useful to know.
Because I'm getting lots of... And it just says edited underneath. And I'm getting lots from my mother-in-law that are now just saying edited.
So it tells you it's been edited?
Sorry, ma'am. Yes.
That's a bit like getting a message that's immediately then deleted and you think, what were they saying?
Yes,
Or what did they send me by accident?
I had 2 of those yesterday.
It's a bit creepy, isn't it?
It is a bit creepy. One of them from the boss.
Oh, well, you want to ring them up and say, what did you send?
It causes paranoia, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You say, what did you delete?
Yes.
Well, that punctuation, I think that'll be next to go.
Yeah, well, I think it's gone already,
Really?
isn't it? Yeah.
It's all very, very bizarre, isn't it?
And it's interesting that we're talking a bit later on about things that peeve you, particularly about...
transport.
Transport etiquette, yeah. People who get on the plane seat next to you. I mean, for a start, when you're on a plane, you're uncomfortably next to somebody anyway, aren't you? And then they get out a whacking great, smelly sandwich.
Tuna sandwich.
Yeah, exactly. Something very smelly.
Yes.
That they then sort of spit all over you and all over their space.
That's my big gripe.
Mine too.
That I hate.
And then people who, you know, if they're on the train or the bus, they put their feet up on a seat. That really annoys you, and you don't know what to say. Well, you can't say anything, can you?
Maybe you should.
Yeah, maybe you should.
Can't imagine you getting on a bus, though, to be fair.
I haven't been on a bus for quite a long time.
No.
Is it OK if you take your shoes off and just put your feet up with your socks on?
No, that's probably even worse,
Really?
isn't it?
I've done it from time to time.
I bet you have. Nothing surprises me about you, Aidan McGee. Right, we'll come back to that later. If you've got any thoughts on that, gbnews.com/yoursay. But we're going to start with the news that President Trump has confirmed that his administration will impose tariffs on America's 3 biggest trading partners.
Yes, and it all starts today. Imports from Mexico and Canada will be hit with levies of 25%, whilst Chinese goods will face a tax 10%, though some products, like oil, could be spared.
Well, speaking from the Oval Office, President Trump hinted that the EU could be next in line.
The European Union charges us 20% plus a VAT tax, called a VAT tax, very similar, and it costs us an absolute fortune. We are treated so badly, and we have a tremendous deficit with the European Union, so we'll be doing something very substantial.
Now, of course, the goal of these tariffs is to drive more Americans to buy domestic products. But critics warn that the move could spike prices generally and fuel inflation.
Well, that's the argument. Trump doesn't buy it.
Tariffs don't cause it, they cause success. They cause big success. So we're going to have great success. There could be some temporary short-term disruption, and people will understand that.
Let's get the thoughts of political commentator John Oxley, who's here in the studio. Good to see you, John.
Good morning.
Is it a tariffs actually a bad thing? I mean, they have a very bad press, if you like, but I mean, from an America First perspective,
it depends on the state of your economy. There's times when tariffs can be very helpful. A good example, places like South Korea, Japan, after the Second World War, they really built up their economy by saying, we're not going to import stuff, we're going to whack on high tariffs, and we're going to build up our domestic industries. But it's very different for an advanced economy like the United States, sort of whacking on these tariffs, and we've not seen it in the same way. And for a lot of industries, a lot of people in America, these applying at very short notice is going to be hugely disruptive because their systems are built around, how things were up until, well, midnight tonight, really.
I mean, the arguments against say that tariffs are hard on everybody, both the country imposing the tariffs and the countries on whom it is imposed.
Exactly that. So from the outside, you're not able to sell your goods into the United States. But for people in the United States, even if you're relying on them to build up local capacity and buying locally, if those things aren't there because you've relied on imports for a long time, it will just drive up prices. And we've seen this in the past. The United States, for example, put tariffs on steel, and it drove up car prices and hit the car makers. So you have to be very careful about how these affect other parts of your economy. And really, there's a reason for so many years the big international drive has been to get rid of tariffs, to have free trade agreements. We talked about that a lot in the context of Brexit. And that's about saying, no, we don't want these tariffs. We want to sell what you make. We want to sell back what we make. And we want to benefit from trade that way.
Yeah, but then if you look at it from a UK perspective, I mean, obviously we're a much smaller economy. We're not doing as much manufacturing as we used to. But if we can be self-sufficient on the things that we can do here, that's not a bad thing, is it?
It's not necessarily a bad thing, but it depends, because what we have at the moment is we have a really good service economy, and we sell a lot of services to countries like the United States, and at the moment they tend to be quite productive, quite valuable. And do we really want to pull people away from, say, making TV shows and movies that do tremendously well for the UK to building things, manufacturing things that aren't necessarily going to have the same value add? It's difficult, particularly in a big modern economy, to really know where to apply your efforts best.
And of course, the next question is, and he's sort of threatening it, or at least he's hinting at, looking at the EU and imposing tariffs on the EU.
Yes. So what we're seeing at the moment is this talk from Donald Trump that this is going to expand. It's going to affect the EU. It is things like car manufacturing, where they make a lot of cars, they send a reasonable amount to the USA. There's other products made there. And that's going to put Britain in a really interesting position because we won't be covered by those tariffs. But the question is, do we have the sort of economy that can take advantage of being the odd one out in that situation?
Following on from Trumpian things, Nigel Farage says their Reform's latest polling numbers are a sort of sign that they're having a Trump-like effect on British politics. At this rally very pointedly in Kemi Badenoch's constituency last night, I mean, it's they have got the momentum.
They have got the momentum. The polling is pretty solid at the moment. The trend is there. I always say with polling, don't look at one or two polls, look at the trend. And the trend is Reform are solidly sitting at 23-ish%. But the question for that is, how does that translate into seats at the general election? Last summer, they polled very well, but they only picked up a handful of seats. And the difference between our elections and the US presidential election, the US presidential election, you're only trying to win one contest. For the UK, you're trying to focus on 200-300 contests, and that's very different, even if your polling is quite good.
Their success is certainly putting the wind up some people. Tony Blair has done a major interview in the Times today, along with a front-page photograph, which is a power photograph, isn't it? It's Tony Blair looking very, very, well, presidential almost. And he is saying the way to beat reform is for this government at the moment to actually bring in IDs, digital IDs and facial recognition to combat immigration, because Tony Blair is saying reform's success is about immigration.
Yes, but find someone who loves you as much as Tony Blair loves ID cards is one of the things they're saying online, because it seems to be his solution to every problem. But it does raise interesting questions about how the current government can engage with the sort of issues that people are worried about and that reform appear to be offering answers to. Are ID cards the solution? I'm not sure. There's lots of issues with them. But it's interesting that Tony Blair feels the need to come out, do this big interview and try and get those ideas out.
I have to say, I wouldn't mind ID cards.
No, I would have argued against them. Well, I certainly did about 10 years ago, but I think things have changed, haven't they?
OK, John, thank you. We'll see you a little bit later on.
I don't know if we've got that picture of Tony Blair on the front page of the Times. I know we've got it somewhere in the computer.
We'll have it later.
We'll show you a bit later, but it is an extraordinary picture.
It is, but the caption to it is Labour's Big Brother. Now, I don't know if that does the Labour Party any favours or not.
There
it is.
It's
a great shot.
It is a great photograph, there's no doubt about it.
But it's extraordinary. One of the most successful prime ministers this country's had, certainly for the Labour Party.
But they hate him now.
But he's so disliked. So, Labour's Big Brother might not be the tagline Keir Starmer wants to see.
No.
Right, it's 13 minutes past 6 to the United States and another aviation tragedy, this time in Philadelphia, after a medical plane carrying 6 passengers, including a child, has crashed.
Yes, it sort of fell out of the sky, I'm afraid, as you can see there. This comes, of course, just days after that American Airlines flight collided with an Army helicopter over Washington, D.C., and that killed 67 people, we now know. No survivors.
Well, the medical jet crashed within minutes of taking off, plummeting into a highly populated area of North Philadelphia, setting multiple homes and cars on fire.
We're joined now by US journalist and meteorologist Matthew Capucci. Matthew, a very good morning to you. Sadly, here we go, another terrible air disaster. What more do you know?
Most definitely. So the NTSB, of course, will be investigating this as well. They are very busy right now investigating Wednesday's air disaster near Reagan National Airport in Washington, D.C. It's highly unusual for an event with this many fatalities to occur in the United States, never mind 2 in only 48 hours. Right now, what we know is the plane took off shortly after 6 o'clock in the evening local time here on Friday night in the United States, left Philadelphia. The weather at the time featured light rain, ceilings or cloud bases at about 250, 300 meters and light winds. Icing was not a factor. We see that it went down really after about 90 seconds to 2 minutes, approaching the ground at speeds around 550 kilometers per hour. And ultimately, at this point, we don't know exactly what happened, given the extremely steep angle at which it collided with the ground. It must have been either some sort of incredible mechanical failure or perhaps a shift in the load on the airplane that changed the center of gravity. Of course, so many unknowns at this point, but the NTSB will be investigating in the very near future.
So quickly off the back of what we saw in Washington, D.C., just in that approach to Reagan National, how hampered is the NTSB by what President Trump has had to say so far?
The president's remarks sort of divorced from what the actual reality is with the NTSB. They are very trained, very skilled investigators, and they have procedures in place that oftentimes do take a little while because they're so rigorous, but so detail-oriented too. Now, with respect to the aviation disaster in D.C. on Wednesday night, the FAA, the Federal Aviation Administration, has responded by shutting down the 2 helicopter corridors that are commonly used near the airport. So those are corridors 1 and 4. Ordinarily, helicopters can fly there below about 200 feet, so near the ground, they're no longer allowed to do so. Those are suspended indefinitely. Those routes are canceled. The other thing worth noting, too, we're learning the helicopter that flew into the aircraft, the commercial jetliner, was about, say, 30, 40 meters higher than it should have been, higher than its maximum ceiling allowed, which is why it was on that collision course with the jetliner to begin with. But an unimaginable tragedy here, and crews are actually still working to recover more bodies in the water. I can see out my window right now, there are still boats in the water as they work 24 hours a day.
Yet you actually were an eyewitness to that terrible accident.
So I live only about 1.5 kilometers west-northwest of the airport, which, realistically, I always assumed this was some of the safest airspace in the United States and really the world. We have the president living just 3 kilometers away. We have an incredibly busy airport, lots of military installations too, but the airspace is so rigorously governed. I never in a million years imagined I'd look out the window and see both sides of the Potomac River lined with emergency vehicles and dozens of ambulances waiting to rescue people. I have to say, one of the most sobering scenes I've ever seen, and I cover disasters for a living. I'm a storm chaser. I'm always in the field for high-end weather events. But one of the most sobering things I've seen was around 4 o'clock in the morning on Thursday morning when all of the ambulances that were lined up at the airport waiting to treat possible victims kind of dispersed. And at that point, it became clear we were no longer dealing with a rescue mission. It was a recovery mission, because at that point, optimism had waned and hope was sort of lost.
Yeah, that's the tragedy of it all. Where does it leave Americans? I mean, I know the president was saying, it's still a very safe form of transport. And yes, of course, we know statistically it is. However, with a second disaster like this, it's got to make people very wary.
Understandably so. I know that a lot of the public really does have a fear of flying. It's sort of an inherent thing. But your odds of being killed on your way to the airport in a vehicular collision are orders of magnitude greater than anything happening on a plane. That said, this does spark important conversations about the aviation industry in general. We have a chronic shortage of air traffic controllers. They're being taxed to the max. There's pressure as more people travel to add more flights to and from major airports like DCA, which already handles 25 million customers and passengers per year. And so when you add more moving parts, and you have fewer resources, things start to sort of get bottlenecked, and the risk of something like this happening increases. There have been fears over the past few years that with more near misses, more runway incursions, that something like this was bound to happen. Unfortunately, tragedy did indeed strike.
OK. Matthew, really good to see you this morning. Thank you very much.
Likewise.
Bye-bye. Thank you. Right, at 18 minutes past 6, let's have a look at some of the other news stories coming in today. The child serial killer Lucy Letby's legal team will announce what is claimed to be new medical evidence from a panel of international experts next week. The panel, to be chaired by the Conservative MP Sir David Davis, will include retired neonatologist Dr. Shu Lee, who is expected to disclose new analysis at a London press conference. That's on Tuesday.
Lidl customers have been urged to return 2 mini pretzel products amid warnings the snacks may cause a burning sensation if you eat them. They're called Alpenfest-style salted mini pretzels covered in milk chocolate and dark chocolate.
Consumers will see the price of alcohol rising today as a hike in duties comes into effect. This means a bottle of gin will rise by 32 pence and wine will increase by 54 pence. But some relief to drinkers as duty on draft products will be cut by 1.7%, meaning a penny off a pint pulled in the pub.
You're going to have to move on to pints, Sam.
Yeah, yes, and get down the pub.
Get down the pub. Well, if it encourages people down the boozer.
I don't understand. If it's rising by 1.5%, how come it's a penny cheaper?
No, it's reducing by 1.5%.
Oh, is that what I said?
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Yeah. No, you said,
Sorry about
you said
that.
it right.
I said it right, but I heard it wrong. Okay.
But I tell you what, it's a big jump in wine and gin. I don't know why wine and gin particularly.
Because we drink too much of it, presumably. And the government sees that as a money earner.
Well, yeah, it's all about making money, isn't it? Right, the weather, so I'm led to believe, is getting a bit better.
No.
Apparently so. We may even see the sun today. Let's get the details from Alex.
heavy showers first thing will be followed by a warm, cosy day. Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Morning, I'm here with your latest GB News weather update from the Met Office. There's quite a bit of mist, murk and fog around this morning, and for some of us it's going to linger through a fairly large chunk of the day, particularly across some central eastern parts. A lot of thick cloud here, some murkiness to be had, although across the far east of England I am expecting a bit more sunshine to develop this afternoon. Also some sunshine across parts of, well, eastern Scotland, northern England, down through Wales and perhaps the southwest of England too. But elsewhere largely cloudy, outbreaks of rain across Scotland and Northern Ireland with strengthening winds. In the best of the sunshine, not feeling too bad for the time of year. Temperatures just about scraping into double figures towards the southwest of the UK. Looking through into this evening, and for much of Scotland it is going to be fairly cloudy, perhaps some clear skies towards the east and southeast. Otherwise a few outbreaks of rain around, winds strengthening, but the wettest, windiest weather is yet to come. A similar story across Northern Ireland, a bit cloudy, and there will be some blustery, at times wet weather. Clearer skies for many parts of northwest England into Wales and perhaps the southwest, but elsewhere largely cloudy as we go through this evening, though some clear skies across parts of East Anglia. That frontal system towards the northwest I highlighted does gradually progress its way eastwards as we go overnight, so turning pretty wet for Northern Ireland and also western Scotland. Elsewhere towards the north and west there will be some outbreaks of rain, but further south and east you are, greater chance you have of staying dry, and some clear skies in the southeast will allow temperatures to drop, so there could be some fog patches, even a touch of frost in some places too. That front makes pretty slow progress gradually eastwards as we go through tomorrow, and so towards the north and west it is going to be a bit damp at times, something a little bit dry and brighter developing across western Northern Ireland later, and all the time staying largely fine and sunny towards the southeast of the UK. That being said, the sunshine is not particularly strong at this time of year, so we're only looking at temperatures peaking in the high single digits. See you later.
Expect a warm front, moving from the kitchen right through to the rest of the house. Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Now here's news. We're giving you 2 chances to win in our latest Great British Giveaway, because we've got 2 amazing prize bundles to be won. Each bundle contains a brand new iPhone, £500 to spend in your favourite store, and £10,000 in tax-free cash. If you fancy your chance to be one of 2 winners, here's how.
The Great British Giveaway is officially 1 year old, and we have a birthday treat for you. We're giving you not 1, but 2 chances to win this month, with 2 prize bundles that include an incredible £10,000 in tax-free cash. But that's not all. You'll also get a brand new iPhone 16 and a £500 shopping voucher to spend at your favourite store. So why not be extra lucky this month? For a chance to win an iPhone, vouchers and £10,000 in cash, text cash to 63232. One entry costs £2 plus 1 standard network rate message, or text bonus to 63232. 5 entries cost £5 plus 1 standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start from just £2. Call 0903 681 3232. Calls cost £2 plus your network access charge, or post your name and number to GB11 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrants must be 18 or over. Lines close at 6 p.m. on the 7th of March. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Yeah, best of luck to you. Now, still to come, more on the price of wine and spirits set to rise today due to that increase in alcohol duty. We'll tell you more in a moment.
Good afternoon, Britain isn't just about us. The wonderful thing about this programme is it's about everyone watching. It's an interactive programme.
Well, there absolutely is something to see here, and we're going to be talking about it more.
Whether it's breaking royal news,
Will, please bring us up to date.
or indeed a particularly punchy speech in the House of Commons,
Very, very curious.
we bring it to you live, and then we bring you live reaction as well.
That's Good Afternoon Britain, weekdays from midday.
Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Camilla Tominey, for a frank and honest discussion with those in power that cuts through the spin and gets to the heart of the issues shaping our nation.
You haven't confirmed that you want to stand as leader, but you haven't ruled it out either. This report basically says that he's not fit to stand trial. Is he indecisive? Incompetent?
I deliver the dose of reality Westminster needs. That's the Camilla Tominey Show at 9:30 every Sunday on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, isn't it?
Because
the failure is...
You're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff.
Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood.
So join me on Jubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
It's Patrick Christie's Tonight, and here we do things differently. It's explaining the absolute madness of this, doesn't it? It's explosive. I mean, this is very good. It's lively.
850. Your government sat there, Sean, and it did nothing.
It's controversial. And the Middle East has been in turmoil since before I was born. It's everything you need to kickstart your evening. Everyone's had their Weetabix tonight. I love to see it. That's Patrick Christie's Tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Headliners on GB News 11 p.m. every night. It's got 3 top comedians going through the next day's newspapers so you don't have to read them, which is great.
That's a good point. He's lying. I mean, maybe he's not lying.
That's Headliners every night from 11 p.m. and 5 a.m. as well on GB News, Britain's news channel.
I'm Christopher Hope. From pop stars to politicians, I'll interview anybody in a pub who's got a political opinion. Join me every Friday on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, YouTube or gbnews.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. This is GB News, the People's Channel.
This is Britain's Newsroom, where your voice matters.
It's just astonishing. With expert analysis and honest opinion, we don't just keep you informed.
We bring you unique perspectives you won't see anywhere else.
Can't argue with any of that. When the news happens, it happens here.
On Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Time for the sport. Aidan is here. Good morning.
Good morning to you both. A chastening night last night for Wales, has to be said. I mean, look, it was always going to be a big task for Wales. It was the opening night of the Six Nations rugby in Paris, a full crowd in front of, it was Antoine Dupont made his comeback for France after missing the Six Nations last year, and he is generally considered to be the best player in the world right now, and he really made Wales pay. I think it was 5 unanswered tries in the first half.
Sorry, 43-0?
Yes, it was, 28-0 at half-time now.
I mean, honestly, Wales had no confidence, no cohesion.
No, well, they've had some problems all over the structure of the union over the last couple of years, but 3 years ago they won this thing. You know that. This is how far they've fallen. And they will return, there's no question about that. But they've got a match against Italy next week. Italy, usually, notwithstanding last year where they finished second from bottom, but usually they're the wooden spooners. And I think that with Scotland having improved in the last couple of years as well, Wales will be really working hard to try and avoid that ignominy again, because that's what they suffered last year. But like as I say, it was always going to be tough for them last night, but I think they'll be bitterly disappointed not to win a point at all last night. And as I say, next week's match against Italy is going to be pivotal for them, I would think.
Yeah.
And England as well in action today.
Against Ireland.
Against Ireland, yeah, look, extremely tough. I mean, look, it doesn't have to end as we expect it to. England had some very narrow defeats last autumn in the autumn internationals, so they proved they can be a decent side. They beat Ireland as well in the Six Nations last year, so they proved they can pull one out of the bag if they really need to. They've got a new captain, Mauro Itoje, and I just think that with England having not reached their full potential in the last couple of tournaments, I think this might be quite a decisive event for Steve Borthwick, the coach. I just think that England should be punching a bit higher than they actually are. They're a significant rugby union nation. They've had problems with financial issues with the main teams in the league or in the domestic programme. What that means is that they've actually found that when players are coming from the domestic league to international football or international rugby, or rugby football if you like, they're not fit enough. And that you couldn't imagine that happening in another sport. The idea is that the domestic event is meant to prepare you for international competition, and it's not doing that right now. It's as simple as that.
What about today's fixtures in the football, then?
Well, your favourites, Bournemouth, are in action against
Liverpool.
Huge. Look, I mean, it is because they're in huge form, a huge run of form. And look, they beat Arsenal earlier in the season. Arsenal had 10 men though, so there's a caveat there. Did they really deserve that win? They beat Man City when Man City were in the midst of a bad run, so maybe there's a caveat against that. Nottingham Forest last week. Well, Nottingham Forest are not a traditional top side, were they? Was that genuine? We don't know. I mean, well, I think they're an outstanding team. I really do. But Liverpool today, if they can bloody their noses, that'll be a real feather in their cap, and that puts them in real contention for the Champions League as well. And I want to touch on Marcus Rashford as well, because there's a headline in the back of the Sun today called Rashton Villa.
Really? Would they really want him?
Well, they lost this guy called John Duran yesterday, who is a Colombian player. He's basically had half a good season. And this is what happens now. You get 21-year-old players being enticed to Saudi Arabia. Guess how much he cost after half a season's good football? 12 goals in 55...
Half a season's good football.
What did he cost when they took him?
I don't know the actual cost of that, but it would be a fraction of what he went for yesterday. It cost £71 million.
Wow.
12 goals in 55 matches. And I think this is going to... They were coming after older senior players who were kind of at the end and who were over their career and eyeing a bit of a payoff. This is different now because you're seeing them come after players who, I mean, John Duran cost £18 million, for example. That's the word I'm getting in my ear. But to make that much of a profit in such a short period of time, it suits English clubs in some ways. But what it's done is create a gap at Aston Villa. What they can offer, which they haven't been able to do in probably, 40-odd years, is offer Champions League football. But Marcus Rashford seems to want to go to Barcelona. They have a cost limit in their league in Spain, so they have to clear out 2 players in order to make room for his salary. Don't forget, he's on £325,000 a week, so it's a hell of a lot to shell out, isn't it?
It is.
To cover those wages. He's had a bit of an offer from Tottenham, apparently. That's what's emerging in the papers this morning. I wasn't aware of that in the last few days. But Tottenham not in great form either, even though they've got spaces in the attack in their team. But as I say, he's running out of time, though. It's 11 o'clock on Monday, the transfer deadline, and something's going to have to move quickly over the weekend if he's going to move. But he can't keep being omitted from matchday squads for Manchester United. He's missed the last 12 matches, and he's had a wretched...
headlines for all the wrong reasons.
Well, yeah, precisely. This is a guy who needs a change. There's no question about that.
OK, Aidan, thank you. We'll sell you to Aston Villa, if you like.
Will you?
Yeah.
All right, I'll look into it.
71 million, it'll be all right.
Put the money on the table.
Prince William's favourite club.
Oh, without doubt.
Oh, well, there you go.
Yeah.
Worth going for that.
OK, enough sport for there, but we will be talking sport a bit later because we're going to be looking in a couple of moments at Greyhound racing. Apparently some levy is going to be set on Greyhound racing. We'll find out more about that in a couple of moments.
Martin Daubney, weekdays from 3 p.m.
First, mate, we had lockdowns. Then we had soaring energy costs. Then we had a hike in national insurance for employers. Then we had soaring wage costs. And now the government expects people like you to monitor what people say in boozers. And if you don't, you might get sued. I bet you feel like saying cheers to them, don't you?
Look, it just looks like another war on pubs, you know. Remember, they tried to stop smoking outside as well. Luckily, they rethought that. But look, we've got everything stacked against us, Martin, and the last thing I need to do is go and get in people's conversations. At the end of the day, a pub is like an extension to your home. You know, it's a public house. Friends go to speak. Friends go to meet, unwind after work. It's none of my business what you're talking about. Any good publican, and myself included, anyone that was rude to anyone or on purpose, they want to offend people or they want to dig people out, antagonise them, of course I'm going to step in and say, behave yourself or you go. But look, how can I be on social media talking about everything, transgender, immigration, and people not be allowed to do that at the bar or do that at the table of a pub? It's ridiculous. And these ministers really do need to sort of look at this legislation and see where it could lead, because I'm not going to stop anyone speaking in my pub. Again, if they're trying to antagonise people or they're rude or trying to start trouble, they get thrown out the front door, and any publican worth their salt is going to do that as well. But we're not there to police people's conversations.
GB News, the People's Channel.
We're proud to be GB News, the People's Channel, and as you know, we always love to hear your views. Now, there's a new way of getting in touch with us at gbnews.com/yoursay. By commenting, you can be part of a live conversation and join our GB News community. You can even talk to me, Bev Turner, or any of the members of the GB News family.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, you didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK,
we're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
6:36. Now, Greyhound racing has had a long, proud tradition in the UK, but according to the regulator, the Greyhound Board of Great Britain, its future is under threat.
They say there needs to be more funding for the sport, and they've started a petition to introduce a statutory levy on bookmakers to help fund better welfare and investment.
Well, Jack Carson has the story.
From companions on royal hunts to champion racers and, of course, beloved pets, greyhounds are ingrained into British society. But for those 12,000 determined dogs who race at tracks across the country, a petition has been launched to help protect their welfare in an uncertain future. The petition urges MPs to debate a new statutory levy on bookmakers to better protect the welfare of racing greyhounds. It's part of the Keep Welfare on Track campaign, created by regulator the Greyhound Board of Great Britain. Currently, a voluntary levy sees bookmakers able to opt into a payment of 0.6% of their greyhound racing turnover. Mark Bird is the chief executive of the regulator.
Increased funding, and more sustainable funding especially, will ensure that the welfare of the dogs are paramount and are being met, but also it ensures that there's a survivability of the sport. You know, greyhound racing next year will be 100 years old in this country, and it's a proper red wall sport that we want to see continue, and the only way we can do that is through sustainable funding.
The betting industry turned over £800 million in 2022-23, but the money paid into the levy has fallen by 67% over the last 15 years. The Greyhound Board's executive veterinarian Tiffany Blackett explains how £5 million to be received from the racing fund this year will go towards funding welfare and integrity.
We want to provide accessible veterinary care dedicated to greyhounds, and this could be through the development of centres of excellence for greyhound medicine and surgery, as well as physiotherapy, rehabilitation, preventative care, to ensure that the highest level of care is available for greyhounds during and after their racing career.
Under the proposals, the new compulsory levy would see contributions from betting companies resemble what's seen in other sports, such as horse racing. For the trainers, it's a lifetime of dedication and often a family business passed down through generations. Jason Gray took over from his father.
It will affect us all if we don't get it, and if we don't get it, then we've got to negotiate something else to try and increase the money that's been put into the sport. You know, it's a great historic traditional sport in this country, and it'd be a crying shame if it had to stop.
A recent written statement from the Minister for Sport, Media, Civil Society and Youth, Stephanie Peacock, acknowledged the importance of greyhound racing to the nation's culture. The hope from those in this sport is that with enough signatures on the petition, this British institution can continue for years to come. Jack Carson, GB News.
That's a good idea. I mean, I like greyhound racing.
Yeah, you've been? Yeah, I've been as well. It's surprisingly exciting.
Yeah, it is. But there is a question about the welfare of greyhounds once they, have done with their working life, as it were.
They make very, very good pet dogs.
They do.
For some reason, it's in their nature to be, they're
great
friendly
pets.
like that. Yeah.
But welfare has got to be an issue.
Yes, of course.
Anyway,
there you go.
Right, now, if you fancy a bit of winter sun, and who wouldn't, here's the forecast for some of the top European holiday destinations.
Ready to soak up that holiday sunshine?
Won't we need some cover?
No worries. All sorted.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
There's some pretty unsettled weather in central parts of the Mediterranean this weekend. Strong winds to go along with the heavy rain. Also a band of rain sweeping across parts of Spain, Portugal and into France as we go through tomorrow. Even some hill snow mixed in with this. But it's in the central Med where we have the heaviest rain, the strongest winds affecting parts of Italy, Greece, even the north of Africa as well. But as we go into next week, there will be a lot of dry and often sunny weather around. See you later.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
I'm Emily Carver. This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
I'm Christopher Hope. From pop star to politicians, I'll interview anybody in a pub who's got a political opinion. Join me every Friday on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, YouTube or gbnews.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. This is GB News, the People's Channel.
Sunday with Michael Portillo from 11, only on GB News.
Estelle, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
This was thought to be a Ruskin. Ruskin was a very considerable polymath, an artist as well as many other things. So do you know why it was submitted for reappraisal? Was there a bit of a suspicion that it had been misidentified?
No, as you say, you know, it's a service that Christie's offer. You can submit an artwork that you have, so anyone can submit it and request an estimate, and then the auction house's appraisal service allows you space as well to describe it and ask for evaluation. And Christie's sort of looked at it behind the sheet of dirty old glass and recognised a sort of Turner-esque mood and feel and ambience about it. And because there was this close relationship between Ruskin and Turner, which is fascinating, we'll come on to that shortly, but they sort of felt, well, the brushstrokes are very strong, the line is very economic, and the colour of the palette seems to be rather Turner-esque. And then they called in a specialist paper historian who confirmed that actually the paper that was used was one that Turner favoured himself. So yes, it was originally considered to be by Ruskin, but then we discovered something more magnificent. And don't forget, what's really interesting, now it's for sale. The lucky buyer is not just buying a picture. The lucky buyer is buying a life story, a relationship that actually changed the course of art history because of the relationship between Ruskin and Turner themselves.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Join me, Nana Akweer, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
Oh, no, he didn't say that, though.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
I'm Andrew Pearce. This is GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Right, let's have a look at the newspapers for you this morning. At 6:44, The Times leads with long-term sick facing a crackdown on benefits.
The Daily Express reports that Kemi Badenoch says she will fight to honour the will of the people regarding Brexit.
Telegraph has Trump kicking off a trade war with China and Canada and Mexico with those tariffs.
The Eye Weekend reports that most UK voters back an under-30s migration deal in a Brexit reset with the EU.
And the Mail has Prince Andrew facing more pressure after it emerges he promised Jeffrey Epstein they would play some more soon. That in an email which was apparently sent after the last time he said they'd spoken, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I think we do. Joining us to go through all of the news today in the papers, politics editor of HuffPost UK, Kevin Schofield, and author and journalist Susan Holder. Hello, both of you.
Morning.
Kevin, we're starting with you, aren't we? In The Times, you've been looking at this long-term sick people facing a crackdown on their benefits.
I mean, yeah, I did have a feeling of Groundhog Day reading this. I mean, every government that I can remember always says we're going to have a crackdown on benefits. We're going to cut the welfare bill. We're going to force the long-term sick back to work. And yet here we are again. It never seems to work. Now, there's no doubt that as an issue, it's definitely got worse in terms of the bill has ballooned post-pandemic. The number of people of working age who are off sick has soared. And it's a real problem now because the government, as we know, is desperate for money. Rachel Reeves needs to try and make her sums add up. And we're now spending £65 billion a year on sickness benefits, which is more than the defence budget, which is £60 billion. And we spend £20 billion on the police, so it's more than 3 times as much. So there's going to be greater incentives to get the long-term sick back to work. You know, you'll lose your money unless you're looking for work. We'll see. I mean, yeah, I've just heard it so many times. We'll just have to wait and see if it works.
It's whether it applies to the right people.
Well, that's the problem. And who is safeguarding that? And also, how are these people getting sick notes when no one can get to see the GP? I'd like to know. I'm not quite sure who the gatekeepers of this are and who we're then putting the pressure back on if we're then having to reassess, well, all these people are long-term sick, but we don't think they are. Who's going to say, no, OK, well, I'll say that person should remove their sickness? Is that back on the GP, which is obviously not going to work because GPs are already swamped with the work that they already have? I'm not sure who the person is they're expecting to redress the balance.
No, I don't know. Exactly. But clearly something has to be done.
Yeah,
65 billion quid.
Yeah, and it can't keep going up and up and up, as I say, especially at a time when we're not exactly awash with cash, government. But it'll also tee up a big battle with the left of the Labour Party.
I listened to an interview with a doctor on the radio not long ago who was saying that what they do at their particular surgery was they actually prescribe things like allotments and joining certain groups for certain mental health conditions because medication and not working is actually for some conditions. I mean, this isn't, something that would cover everything, but things like that actually really help people to kind of get over certain things. And actually working, as we all know, is very good for you if you can go out and achieve and have it on your own self-worth. Mental health conditions are not always helped by sitting at home and not working and being on benefits.
No. Susan, The Express, quoting Kemi Badenoch this morning. Is it me? I think this sounds a bit weak in a way. She says, I will fight to honour the will of the people.
The will of the... But what is the will of the people is what I would like to know.
Well, so she voted for.
It's what 17... 17.4 voted for out of a population of 70 million. So it's not the will of all the people.
Well, no, but that goes with any election, any vote.
It does. We don't know what the will of the people is now. And as you've just said in the headlines, a lot of young people are kind of talking about the fact that they don't like some of the benefits, some of the results of Brexit.
Oh, well, they just swan about and do what they like.
Well, there could be 4, so I think a lot of us missed that. But yeah, she's obviously playing to the crowd that Farage is going after. My question on the whole of Brexit, and I'm not ashamed to say it, I didn't vote for it. I wouldn't vote for it again. Not because I don't think that some of the things they talked about would be great, but I never believed it was to be true. And I think you're moving the goalpost now to say, oh well, you see, the problem is we just haven't done it properly. Well, I could have told you that in the first place. The island situation was never going to be resolved by
Ireland's a problem. We have got our sovereignty. We have got our sovereignty back.
And how's that going for you? Do you feel better about it? Because I don't see any particular benefit to me.
Yeah, I think the
problem. The 350 million that we were going to give to the NHS and not give it, is that happening?
How much
they lied to us.
How much more money has the NHS got since 2016?
But that wasn't the point. The point was we weren't going to give 350 million away. We were going to give it to the NHS. That didn't happen. There's so many things that didn't happen. Kevin.
No. I think the problem is it's trying to define. You say 17.4 million people. All voted for different reasons. Not everyone who voted for Brexit
and a lot of the reasons were lies.
This type of Brexit or that type of Brexit. That's why it's so difficult to say, well, this is the will of the people, because a lot of people voted for Brexit thinking we'd still be in the single market, for instance. Because,
did they?
Oh, yeah, it was never...
Yeah, come on, that was debated left, right and centre in the run-up to 2016. I remember when Theresa May came out and said, right, this is the type of Brexit, we're going to leave the customs union, we're going to leave the single market. Everyone was like, hang on a minute, that's quite a hard Brexit. I'm not sure. Not everyone voted for
the hardest possible Brexit.
No,
a lot of people voted...
I mean, you couldn't stay in the single market without maintaining free movement of people.
Well, some Leave campaigners said that we could, said that it would be madness to leave the single market.
We had an ordinary deal. There wasn't going to be any change. All the businesses could operate as normal. There weren't going to be any extra red tape. You speak to somebody who runs a business and they'll tell you different.
Norway are out the EU, but in the single market. Now, obviously, a lot of people think that is bonkers, and probably most people who voted for Brexit think that's bonkers. But to try and say that, yeah, we're just going to implement the will of the people, when it's 74 million, you think, well, not every one of them voted for Brexit for the same reason.
No,
that's what I'm trying to say. So
but not everyone voted Remain for the same reason.
No, exactly. Well, then you get into a bigger debate about referendums. Really, can you really have complicated issues like that decided by a yes/no question? That is another debate.
Well, if it wasn't yes/no, we'd still be debating it. We'd never have taken the vote.
And we are, unfortunately.
Well,
we are. 9 years on since the referendum.
I think some people should have had on criminal charges after Brexit. I think the fact that people stood there and lied about what we were voting for, and then when we got the result, most of them just ran away.
Yeah, but are you just saying that because you didn't win?
No. I mean, it just seems quite factual to me that I also didn't vote for it because I didn't think that the people in charge were capable of running the country without the kind of European involvement, and I still believe that.
Yeah, but you could still look at Europe now, and what do you think of the way Europe's going at the moment? Would we really want to be back there?
But I think stronger together and weaker divided is what I think, and I think we like to think we're not Europeans, and I think we are Europeans.
There are countries in Europe that aren't looking strong at all.
Well, true.
If we were Italians sitting here in Good Morning Italy, we'd be whinging about the same sort of things.
The thing is, I think we'll still be having this debate in 10 years' time. The idea that referendums, that's it's decided, we can move on. I mean, I'm from Scotland, so, as you might have noticed, they're still talking about it up there.
Yes,
independence, and that was 10 years ago, and so...
I just think it's a very weak argument to say, well, we just haven't done it properly, when it was clear to quite a lot of us that it could never really be done properly in the way they were selling it.
But maybe it has to evolve. Maybe it has to be given time to evolve.
Maybe.
But I do agree with you that this is Kemi Badenoch. She's very worried about reform as well.
Yeah.
That flank.
Because... Well, heck, they were holding a rally or whatever they call it in her constituency yesterday.
You can never out Farage, Nigel Farage. That's the problem. People, he will always be associated as the Brexit guy, whereas Kemi Badenoch, even though I think she supported Brexit, people just think, the Conservatives, you had your chance, you blew it.
She's also pointing out that Keir Starmer has voted against Brexit, or went against Brexit 48 times, I think. But now he's saying, of course, he's,
But again, it's that I will fight to honour the will of the people. It just sounds a bit weak to me.
Yeah.
It's not like... I don't know, it's not strong enough. Do you know?
She's not setting things ablaze, is she?
No.
Definitely not.
We've just got a minute left. Should we have a look, Kevin, at the Times? And people who are texting and using their phones and things whilst driving.
Well, this, you'll remember Knight Rider from the 1980s. So this is what this reminds you of. AI technology in cars, which can basically... not so much talk to you, but it can assess your mood, it can tell if you're on the phone, it can warn you, obviously. So there's safety elements, which is a good thing, obviously, but it's quite creepy in that, it can identify name, gender, height and weight of the driver.
To what end? What is the point of that? Why does it need to know my mood?
Well, your size anyway, because if it has to deploy the airbag, it can assess how strongly, if you're like a small person, it can deploy it less forcefully.
But if it thinks you're stressed, can it actually stop you driving the car?
Well, it can warn you, and as well, if you're tired, it can notice that you're a bit drowsy, and it'll warn you to pull over and have a rest. So it's good, but it's also a little bit creepy. It's a little bit creepy, isn't it?
It's like anything. You hear a funny noise in your car, my answer, just turn the radio up.
Come on. Right, you two, thank you. We'll see you a little bit later on.
Let's get your weather now with Alex Burkill.
Despite morning rain, it'll be a nice, warm, cosy day ahead. Boxed heat pumps, sponsors of Well on GB News.
Morning, I'm here with your latest GB News weather update from the Met Office. There's quite a bit of mist, murk and fog around this morning, and for some of us it's going to linger through a fairly large chunk of the day, particularly across some central eastern parts. A lot of thick cloud here, some murkiness to be had, although across the far east of England I am expecting a bit more sunshine to develop this afternoon. Also some sunshine across parts of, well, eastern Scotland, northern England, down through Wales and perhaps the southwest of England too. But elsewhere largely cloudy, outbreaks of rain across Scotland and Northern Ireland with strengthening winds. In the best of the sunshine, not feeling too bad for the time of year. Temperatures just about scraping into double figures towards the southwest of the UK. Looking through into this evening, and for much of Scotland it is going to be fairly cloudy, perhaps some clear skies towards the east and southeast. Otherwise a few outbreaks of rain around, winds strengthening, but the wettest, windiest weather is yet to come. A similar story across Northern Ireland, a bit cloudy, and there will be some blustery, at times wet weather. Clearer skies for many parts of northwest England into Wales and perhaps the southwest, but elsewhere largely cloudy as we go through this evening, though some clear skies across parts of East Anglia. That frontal system towards the northwest I highlighted does gradually progress its way eastwards as we go overnight, so turning pretty wet for Northern Ireland and also western Scotland. Elsewhere towards the north and west there will be some outbreaks of rain, but further south and east you are, greater chance you have of staying dry, and some clear skies in the southeast will allow temperatures to drop, so there could be some fog patches, even a touch of frost in some places too. That front makes pretty slow progress gradually eastwards as we go through tomorrow, and so towards the north and west it is going to be a bit damp at times, something a little bit dry and brighter developing across western Northern Ireland later, and all the time staying largely fine and sunny towards the southeast of the UK. That being said, the sunshine is not particularly strong at this time of year, so we're only looking at temperatures peaking in the high single digits. See you later.
There will be a light breeze in the morning, leading to a warm front. Boxed heat pumps, sponsors of weather on GB News.
We're giving you not one, but 2 chances to win this month, with 2 prize bundles that include an incredible £10,000 in tax-free cash. But that's not all. You'll also get a brand new iPhone 16 and a £500 shopping voucher to spend at your favourite store. So why not be extra lucky this month? For a chance to win an iPhone, vouchers and £10,000 in cash, text cash to 63232. One entry costs £2 plus 1 standard network rate message, or text bonus to 63232. 5 entries cost £5 plus 1 standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start from just £2. Call 0903 681 3232. Calls cost £2 plus your network access charge, or post your name and number to GB11 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 6 p.m. on the 7th of March. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Headliners on GB News 11 p.m. every night. It's got 3 top comedians going through the next day's newspapers so you don't have to read them, which is great.
That's a good point. He's lying. I mean, maybe he's not lying.
That's Headliners every night from 11 p.m. and 5 a.m. as well on GB News, Britain's news channel.
We're proud to be GB News, the People's Channel, and as you know, we always love to hear your views. Now, there's a new way of getting in touch with us at gbnews.com/yoursay. By commenting, you can be part of a live conversation and join our GB News community. You can even talk to me, Bev Turner, or any of the members of the GB News family.
I'm Christopher Hope. From pop stars to politicians, I'll interview anybody in a pub who's got a political opinion. Join me every Friday on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, YouTube or gbnews.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. This is GB News, the People's Channel.
It's Patrick Christie's Tonight, and here we do things differently. It's explaining the absolute madness of this, doesn't it? It's explosive. I mean, this is very good. It's lively.
850. Your government sat there, Sean, and it did nothing.
It's controversial. And the Middle East has been in turmoil since before I was born. It's everything you need to kickstart your evening. Everyone's had their Weetabix tonight. I love to see it. That's Patrick Christie's Tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
No,
Because the failure is...
You're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Breaking news overnight, and America's hit by another disaster in the skies.
There are shocking scenes in Philadelphia as streets are ablaze after an air ambulance carrying a child and 5 others plummeted from the sky.
It was understood to be a medical transport, jet or helicopter. No survivors expected. Eyewitnesses described the tragedy.
But I just see the plane is getting lower and lower and lower. It nipped the house. When it nipped the house, it hit a couple cars. Boom! And to the plaza, and to the Dunkin' Donuts, everywhere. I've never seen nothing like that a day in my life.
No, of course, as you know, it comes just days after that terrible collision at the Ronald Reagan Airport in Washington, D.C. Authorities now confirming that 41 bodies have been recovered so far.
Also for you today, the rise of reform. Nigel Farage compares his party's polling with Donald Trump's election victory as he addresses crowds at a rally in Kemi-Badenoch's constituency.
We've been riding a bit of a wave, and you know what? If we keep riding that wave a bit more, we really will surprise everybody come that next general election when we win it.
And is Trump waging a tariff war? Canada, Mexico and China face levies on their goods from today. And everybody's asking, is the EU next?
We have a tremendous deficit with the European Union, so we'll be doing something very substantial.
Long-term sick will need to look for jobs in a benefit overhaul as the government looks to cut the £65 billion sickness bill.
The country says goodbye to music legend Linda Nolan as her funeral takes place today following her very long battle with cancer.
Also, we're going to be looking at the sorry state of British train etiquette. If you've never heard of it, bad behaviour has been exposed as the 10 biggest pet peeves we have when travelling on public transport have been listed. Get in touch and tell us yours.
Good morning. It was a chastening night for Wales in the Six Nations rugby as they were beaten by rampant France in Paris. England, meanwhile, start their campaign in Dublin against Ireland later today, with new captain Mauro Itoje calling on the sports authorities to keep the Six Nations on terrestrial TV.
Quite a bit of murkiness this morning, even some fog patches to watch out for, and then we have some rain arriving into the northwest overnight. Stick around for more on this coming up.
It's just gone 7 o'clock. I'm Stephen Dixon.
And I'm Anne Diamond, and this is GB News Breakfast.
Oh dear. A lot of you have been in touch this morning on Brexit.
It always gets everybody going.
Not very happy about the idea that you know, some people aren't happy about it. And I mean, I do sort of think whether you voted for it or not, we've got to get on with it now. We've got to make it work.
Well, it's 5 years on now, isn't it?
Yeah, 5 years in, and we have got our sovereignty back. At least if we're messing it up, we're messing it up ourselves. That's one
way of looking at it, yeah. Tony Blair on the front page of today's Times. He's done a very big interview in the Times. I wonder if anyone wants particularly to hear from him anymore, but he's been talking about the rise of reform and why it's doing so well. And he says it is because it's identified immigration as a top topic. And he said the way for Labour to go ahead and sort of try and sort of stop that momentum is to actually look at the immigration concerns themselves by introducing ID cards, digital ID cards and facial recognition. And he thinks if Labour does that, they will actually be able to stop the rise of reform. What do you think? Here's the photo. It's a very powerful President of the European Union or something. Yes. Yeah, it's an amazing photograph. Look, it's taken by a Times photographer. Because I wondered if he'd gone for one of those really big name photographers, but it's a Times photographer who's taking it.
It's a great shot.
It's a very good shot.
Very nice suit, Mr. Blair.
Is he trying to make a big comeback in the world of politics?
Oh, surely not. Surely not. I tell you what, though, the idea of ID cards, I mean, I know a lot of people were very against it when it was mooted, and it was going to cost everyone about 60 quid each or whatever, which is part of the problem. But I do sort of think, if you had ID cards and they had to be shown when you're going for a job and at all sorts of places...
when you turn up in A&E?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Would that sort the problem out?
Would it address the problem?
I wouldn't have an issue with it, I've got to be honest.
They're a big thing in football in the 80s. ID cards, hugely controversial, but as you said a couple of hours ago, or an hour or so ago, you said that times have changed.
Yes, times have changed.
And I think people's opinion have changed on them.
I think we all feel very different about our security.
There would seem to be a remedy in football for the hooliganism problem. That's not an issue right now, but it's the same kind of principle we're talking about.
Yeah. Well, I'd love to know what you think about. Would you welcome ID cards if it sorted out the migration issue? View that the people here were getting what they were entitled to, that they were meant to be here. Are ID cards a way forward to doing that? gbnews.com/yoursay.
Now, President Trump has confirmed his administration will impose tariffs today on America's 3 biggest trading partners.
Yeah, starting today, imports from Mexico and Canada will be hit with levies of 25%, Chinese goods 10%, though some things like oil looking like they're going to be spared.
Well, speaking from the Oval Office, President Trump hinted that Europe could be next in line.
The European Union charges us 20% plus a VAT tax, called a VAT tax, very similar, and it costs us an absolute fortune. We are treated so badly, and we have a tremendous deficit with the European Union, so we'll be doing something very substantial.
Well, the goal is to drive more Americans to buy domestic products because basically they'll end up being cheaper. But critics warn the move could spike price and fuel inflation.
Tariffs don't cause inflation, they cause success. So we're going to have great success. There could be some temporary short-term disruption, and people will understand that.
Let's get the thoughts now of political commentator John Oxley, who's joined us in the studio. Yeah, it's a very negative way to combat the problem, is it? I mean, I just wonder if Trump, being so politically astute and popular at the moment, why doesn't just persuade all Americans that the way to make America great again is to buy American?
The issue is that most people are usually ruled by their wallets rather than their patriotism. We've seen this, we've had these arguments in this country and in America particularly with our industry, for example. There was always this big push of buy American cars, buy Fords, but people found that when the Japanese cars were cheaper and in a lot of cases better, that's what customers go for. So that's the difficulty with relying on sheer persuasion, that ultimately, unless there's a price difference, people aren't that bothered.
Yeah. Where does it leave us, though? Because obviously we're desperately... I mean, I can see the common sense in it. Whether it would actually work is, as I say, is unknown at this stage. However, we'll be fighting, of course, to try and get a tariff-free deal.
We will be. The difficulty with that is some of the things we want to sell are very unlikely to get tariff-free deals. Agricultural products, for example. American farmers are very well connected politically, really don't like imports coming in from abroad. And on the other hand, we have a lot of what we sell to America is services. It's legal services, it's financial, it's software. Those things are very hard to put tariffs on. In one respect, that means we're probably OK, but it also means we're not in a great position to take advantage of the EU being hit by big manufacturing tariffs because we just don't have the sectors to pull in and fill those gaps.
Maybe we're not important enough, then, for him to care about slapping us with a great big tariff.
Perhaps we don't have the same sort of structural trading deficit with the US as these big blocs do. We're not, a big 26 nation bloc like the EU. We're not on America's border. We're a smaller trading partner for America. So we might just slip under the radar. that can be good, but it also can be bad because we're not big enough to take advantage of some of the opportunities.
What strikes me with all of this, though, and it was said we're not big enough for it to, if we were to do it, to take that Britain first approach. You know, we're not self-sufficient enough at the moment. But at a time when food security, fuel security, all these sort of things are so important, especially with what's going on with China and Russia at the moment, doesn't it just make sense? If you can be a self-sufficient nation, why not?
It's very difficult to be fully self-sufficient. We've not been fully self-sufficient in food for sort of 200 years. And, you know, part of the other thing is, you know, you're relying on what you can do well. And, you know, food, for example, we don't have the best climate for growing lots and lots of food. So importing it often makes sense. So we can focus on other things that are perhaps more profitable for us. And, you know, that's one of the arguments that particularly doing these sort of tariffs pushes you into doing things that you're not really suited as an economy to doing, and that's not necessarily the best way to build up your own economy.
How should Keir Starmer play it then from now? I mean, what should he be asking, or at least trying to persuade President Trump to do?
The big thing, I think, would be protecting Britain's service industries, being able to sell into America, but also looking at, you know, some of the things that we can necessarily, you know, we can be the third party for, looking at, oh, well, are there things that we can maybe get a preferential deal so we can start to exploit where there's tariffs in America, but maybe we can buy those things in cheaper from Europe, raw materials, we can make a product here and we can get that sent tariff-free to America. You know, so rather than building the original raw materials, we look at the end product where we have a high-tech sector and what we can sell there. You know, our defence industry, for example, are the ways of saying, look, we're not going to make the steel necessarily ourselves, but wouldn't you like to buy lots of BAE-produced ships and tanks and planes, for example?
Yeah, it's interesting. John, good to see you. Thank you very much indeed. If it does give us a push to change our approach, maybe that's not a bad thing.
Maybe that is a good thing.
I tell you what, it just struck me as John was talking there, because, I mean, security is a big issue and food security, we know, is a big issue. And while Trump is imposing tariffs which will improve food security in the States, we're penalising farmers, which is damaging our food security in this country.
It really is. Well, nobody can quite get their heads around that one, can they?
Yeah. Right, well, the Prime Minister has warned of a new threat facing the UK as more acts of violence are being carried out by young men.
Terrorism has changed. In the past, the predominant threat was highly organised groups with clear political intent, groups like Al-Qaeda. That threat, of course, remains. But now, alongside that, we also see acts of extreme violence perpetrated by loners, misfits, young men in their bedroom, accessing all manner of material online, desperate for notoriety.
Well, of course, this comes as mental health experts urge new ways of protecting youngsters by focusing on the issues of social integration, emotional intelligence and open communications and tolerating complexity.
Let's talk to mental health expert Noel McDermott. Noel, good to see you this morning. Are we hitting a crisis point? I mean, particularly with young men?
Yeah, I think so. It's been coming for a long time, to be honest. And I've been working with men for over 30 years now and sort of looking at some of these issues. So, yes, I would say we are there at that crisis and there's a need for a significant rethink of what we're doing.
Well, how could we rethink? What measures could we take that will actually address lonely young men in their bedrooms accessing all sorts of things via the internet?
Well, there's some things I can't comment on because I'm simply a psychotherapist, so it's beyond my cope, really. But the types of issues that we need to be looking at are challenging antisocial attitudes and behaviour, and looking at how we increase access to strong formative relationships to these young men who are quite angry and disenfranchised. When I was working in gangs, for example, in London, one of the things that we noticed about these young men was that they don't lack the skills, but they lack the place to find those connections, particularly those sort of father figures. And the gangs provided that to them. And I remember one gang leader saying to me very much that all the young men he had working for them, all they wanted was a bit of love. And that was from a gang member. Good Lord, who was getting them to run drugs and all sorts of things.
Well, look, gangs are an issue in the UK in some places, but not every young man is linked to a gang. And it has to be said, doesn't it, Noel, that, I mean, even the term angry young men has been around forever. It's not new, is it?
It isn't new, but the world is changed, and that's the reality. So the way we used to deal with these things in the past, those structures just don't exist anymore. So if I think about, for example, there's the street next to where I live right now in Hackney. It's only just recently started seeing kids playing on the streets again. Only just recently, because they started, I'm going to use a term that a lot of people are annoyed with, an LTN. They put in an LTN, calm down the traffic, and suddenly I'm seeing kids playing football again and having to fish their football out my back garden, which is great. And I'm starting to talk to them again, which is fantastic. You know, you may annoy, and those types of decisions are really, really important, I think. You know, and as I start chatting to those young men, I get to know them. One of them's in the Arsenal football training camp. It's less likely he's going to want to do something to me when he grows up. I feel a lot safer with him, etc., etc.
I suppose old-fashioned parents, maybe from generations gone by, would totally see the sense of that and understand it. Can I ask you a very simplistic question? Because I guess it's worth addressing. Is why particularly is it young males? Why not females as well? Why don't they feel disaffected and lonely?
I think there's a lot of work that's done socially and through socialisation with young women that gets them to work in groups very effectively from day one. There's all sorts of assumptions, and the way society's changed, the capacity to work in groups is the core skill of life these days. And there's not so much emphasis placed upon that on young men. And we need to be, from day one, explaining to young men that the central life skill they're going to need growing up is the capacity to get on with other people, be part of a team, and learn how to manage and run and be involved in all sorts of complex social groups. And we need to be doing that very, very clearly. And I can also, in addition to that, say from my clinical experience of working with offender patients, that was one of our clear goals, was teaching people how to be safer and more pro-social by teaching the skills of being within social groups, complex groups, without getting triggered and losing the plot and starting to get violent and angry and so on. So I think that's the core of it here.
OK. Noel, appreciate your time. Thanks very much indeed. Thanks
for having me on.
I mean, it's fascinating, and clearly there is a problem, and someone like Noel knows what he's talking about. But part of this, isn't school about socialisation? Isn't that where you learn to socialise, learn to deal with other people, all those sort of issues? I don't know how we got to a point. Is it just because people are on their computers too much?
Yeah, it sort of is, I think. Isn't it? Because there are many kids who go to school, some who don't find school very easy at all. They look forward to the first thing they do when they come home is go and hide themselves away in their bedroom and get onto the computer. And I think a lot of parents are so busy nowadays that they actually see that as a boon, or they're out working themselves, just trying to keep the money coming in, and don't notice until maybe it's too late that they have a youngster who's isolated a bit.
I do sort of think it's partly that, kids should not be allowed fancy mobile phones. They probably shouldn't be allowed a computer in their bedroom. I was never allowed a television in the bedroom for that very reason. I said, no, if you want to watch TV, you've got to come and watch it with us. And maybe that's the path we need to be going down.
It's difficult, though. I mean, I held on for as long as I possibly could, being the mother of 4 sons at the time, to not let them have computers in their rooms. But as they got older, as they got to sort of 16, 17, 18, it started to happen whether I liked it or not.
Yeah.
And it was very difficult it would be very difficult to stop them. I can see why it's a problem.
If you've got thoughts on that, let us know.
Yeah.
Let's turn our attention to the United States and another aviation tragedy, this time in Philadelphia, after a medical plane carrying 6 passengers, including a child, crashed.
And of course, this comes just days after an American Airlines flight collided with the Army helicopter over Washington, D.C. A terrible accident which killed 67 people.
Well, in this latest incident, the medical jet crashed apparently within minutes of taking off and just plummeted into a highly populated area of North Philadelphia, setting cars and homes on fire.
Well, US journalist and meteorologist Matthew Capucci gave us the latest from Washington, D.C.
It's highly unusual for an event with this many fatalities to occur in the United States, never mind 2 in only 48 hours. Right now, what we know is the plane took off shortly after 6 o'clock in the evening local time here on Friday night in the United States, left Philadelphia. The weather at the time featured light rain ceilings or cloud bases at about 250, 300 meters and light winds. Icing was not a factor. We see that it went down really after about 90 seconds to 2 minutes, approaching the ground at speeds around 550 kilometers per hour. And ultimately, at this point, we don't know exactly what happened, given the extremely steep angle at which it collided with the ground. It must have been either some sort of incredible mechanical failure or perhaps a shift in the load on the airplane that changed the center of gravity. Of course, so many unknowns at this point, but the NTSB will be investigating in the very near future.
It's absolutely terrible. But, I mean, the first air crash was terrible, but this just on top
Another
of it.
one.
And I think a lot of people must be very frightened about flying. A lot of people are frightened about flying anyway, and this doesn't help. I just hope they can bring forward the inquiries as quickly as possible so we know why.
Well, but they've got to be thorough, though, haven't they? Particularly Washington, because that's the one that the president's dived into and made it a little bit political. They've got to get the facts straight on that one, so that it can be sorted out. 21 minutes past 7. Let's have a look at some of the other key stories this morning.
Hamas has begun the handover of 3 Israeli hostages to the Red Cross in Gaza. They're Ofer Calderon and Yarden Bibas. They're the hostages released so far. It's expected a 3rd hostage, who's Keith Samuel Siegel, will also be released. This is all part of that exchange programme in which 182 Palestinian prisoners will also reportedly be released today.
Convicted serial killer Lucy Letby's legal team will announce what's claimed to be new medical evidence from a panel of experts next week. The panel is chaired by Conservative MP Sir David Davis, and it will also include retired neonatologist Dr. Shu Lee, who's expected to disclose new analysis. That's all at the Central London press conference on Tuesday.
Lidl customers have been urged to return 2 mini pretzel products amid warnings that the snacks may cause a burning sensation when eaten. They are recalling what's called Alpenfest-style salted mini pretzels covered in milk chocolate and those covered in dark chocolate, and that's according to the Food Standards Agency.
And booze is going to get more expensive today as duties come into effect. Well, some booze anyway. A bottle of gin going up by 32 pence, wine by 54 pence. But if you're buying some draft products, I mean mainly beer, that's going to be cut by 1.7%. That takes a stunning 1p off a pint.
Oh, it'll... Why would they reduce draft, the price of draft, and increase everything else?
I think it's to try and get more people into the pub.
Pubs. Mm.
I think that'll be the argument.
Mm. Well, they do say, don't they? I mean, for a start, our pubs probably need as much support as they can get. But also, it's meant to be a very much safer place to drink, isn't it?
Yeah. Plus, you can do your socialisation down there.
Yeah.
Take the young men down there. Mm. Have a pint in the chinwag.
Well, it's the chinwag that's important, isn't it?
A packet of Monster Munch.
And
That's
also,
what we used to do.
And also a publican behind the bar who says, haven't you had enough?
Yeah.
Sort of thing. Whereas at home, nobody's saying that to you, I guess.
No, that's a fair point. Right, let's see what the weather's going to do for you today. Here's Alex.
A chilly start will give way to a lovely, warm afternoon. Boxed heat pumps, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Morning, I'm here with your latest GB News weather update from the Met Office. There's quite a bit of mist, murk and fog around this morning, and for some of us it's going to linger through a fairly large chunk of the day, particularly across some central eastern parts. A lot of thick cloud here, some murkiness to be had, although across the far east of England I am expecting a bit more sunshine to develop this afternoon. Also some sunshine across parts of, well, eastern Scotland, northern England, down through Wales and perhaps the southwest of England too. But elsewhere largely cloudy, outbreaks of rain across Scotland and Northern Ireland with strengthening winds. In the best of the sunshine, not feeling too bad for the time of year. Temperatures just about scraping into double figures towards the southwest of the UK. Looking through into this evening, and for much of Scotland it is going to be fairly cloudy, perhaps some clear skies towards the east and southeast. Otherwise a few outbreaks of rain around, winds strengthening, but the wettest, windiest weather is yet to come. A similar story across Northern Ireland, a bit cloudy, and there will be some blustery, at times wet weather. Clearer skies for many parts of northwest England into Wales and perhaps the southwest, but elsewhere largely cloudy as we go through this evening, though some clear skies across parts of East Anglia. That frontal system towards the northwest I highlighted does gradually progress its way eastwards as we go overnight, so turning pretty wet for Northern Ireland and also western Scotland. Elsewhere towards the north and west there will be some outbreaks of rain, but further south and east you are, greater chance you have of staying dry, and some clear skies in the southeast will allow temperatures to drop, so there could be some fog patches, even a touch of frost in some places too. That front makes pretty slow progress gradually eastwards as we go through tomorrow, and so towards the north and west it is going to be a bit damp at times, something a little bit dry and brighter developing across western Northern Ireland later, and all the time staying largely fine and sunny towards the southeast of the UK. That being said, the sunshine is not particularly strong at this time of year, so we're only looking at temperatures peaking in the high single digits. See you later.
A nice bright morning will generate a lovely warm day, right through to the evening. Boxed Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Someone whose name I can't read out, because you all make up fake names on your say, has said about Matthew Capucci, who was talking about what's going on in the States at the moment, said, "I've never heard an American use kilometres and kilometres per hour before. It's very odd." I'll tell you why they do it. It's because they think that's what we use over here.
Oh, that's true.
They just assume that because
we're metric in other ways.
That's what we do.
But we're not. We have this strange mixture, don't we?
We do. I know. I noticed it when he said it.
Kilometres an hour mean nothing to me, but miles an hour, you know, don't you?
Yeah, so there you go. Interesting point. Well spotted.
Yeah, very well done.
Spotted. Also, on the I was going to say fuel duty, alcohol duty.
Yeah.
Broken Shadow says the 1p off a pint means you can buy 500 pints and get one free.
Wow,
well,
there
there's
you go.
a way to look at it.
Yeah. Jan says, a penny off a pint, woohoo. My water company is putting bills up by 47%. 47%. You'll just have to drink beer instead, won't you?
Yes. Oh, well, there you go.
Does that make beer cheaper than water? Almost.
Almost. It's what they used to do back in the day,
right,
isn't it?
Yeah.
Because it was thought to be cleaner and more hygienic.
Or whatever it was.
Yeah, maybe that's the way to go.
No, I don't think so.
Right. Talking of all things money, because we all need a bit more of it, we're giving you 2 chances to win in our latest Great British giveaway. 2 prize bundles to be won. Each one has got a new iPhone, £500 to spend in your favourite store, and £10,000 in tax-free cash. Here's how you enter.
Want to be one of 2 lucky Great British giveaway winners? That's right. Win one of 2 prize bundles, which includes a brand new iPhone 16, £500 in shopping vouchers to spend in your favourite store, and an incredible £10,000 in tax-free cash to spend however you like. What would you spend that cash on? For a chance to win an iPhone, vouchers and £10,000 in cash, text cash to 63232. One entry costs £2 plus 1 standard network rate message, or text bonus to 63232. 5 entries cost £5 plus 1 standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start from just £2. Call 0903 681 3232. Calls cost £2 plus your network access charge, or post your name and number to GB11 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrants must be 18 or over. Lines close at 6 p.m. on the 7th of March. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Yeah, very good luck. Still to come, bad behaviour on public transport. We're going to be hearing about the very worst offenders next.
This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
As we kick off 2025, many of us might be thinking about a bit of a wardrobe refresh, especially if you're over 50 and you feel like the high street doesn't quite cater to you.
Indeed. That's where our next guest, Mel Tillett, comes in. She's in the studio with us now.
Mel, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me. That you are this accidental influencer. I love that you said that's the first time.
Yeah, it is. That's the first time I've heard it.
You can have that
yes,
for free on
thank
TV.
you so much. It's quite true.
Tell us about your following. Obviously, an influencer that many people might typically think of would be someone in their teens, someone in their 20s, someone who's particularly social media savvy, using TikTok. Talk to us about your brand of influencer.
Well, our influencer, my kind of influence is over the older age group, the over 50s. For my business, I do a lot of live videos. I'll do them early in the morning at 7:30, which sounds ridiculous, but I know my ladies are up and about at that time having a cup of coffee or whatever that might be. And just being honest about day-to-day life. So my dogs are running about, my grandchildren are even sometimes in them, one thing and another. So it's just been purely by accident that I've got this really nice, loyal following, and I get lovely messages off ladies. I'll do things like, I'll tell them when I'm going for a mammogram, and I'll say, come on, everybody go for your mammogram.
That's brilliant.
All sort of health-conscious things. I've been a lot heavier than I am now, and I've slimmed down and lost some weight. I've been talking about that journey as well. And then ladies will ask me questions on the videos, and we chat about all sorts of different things. And now I'm getting messages every day, and people are loving the clothing ranges that we do. And it's just, I started off as a business, that's purely what I did, but it's turned out into this other, I get recognised places I go now, which is really weird.
It must be a huge benefit to your business as well.
We employ around about 50 people.
Wow.
And I'm quite open to my audience and saying, you know, while ever you keep buying offers, while ever you're loving our products and our clothing, you're keeping 50 people in jobs.
GB News, the People's Channel.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK,
we're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
This is Britain's Newsroom, where your voice matters.
It's just astonishing. With expert analysis and honest opinion, we don't just keep you informed.
We bring you unique perspectives you won't see anywhere else.
Can't argue with any of that. When the news happens, it happens here.
On Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 a.m.
Only on GB News.
If you want your news to be straight talking...
This is a nightmare for the Conservatives again.
Down to earth.
It's not just Nottingham where this is happening, is it?
And most importantly, honest.
Hard-working, middle-class taxpayers, they'll get their book thrown at them.
Then catch me, Martin Daubney, Monday to Friday, 3 till 6 p.m. on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Right, now it seems that people are becoming more brazen in the way they behave on public transport.
Or they just don't care. Video calling, playing loud music, eating stinky food. Oh, I hate that. They're some of the most common offences, some passengers reporting to have even seen others cutting their fingers and toenails. I don't believe it, except that you almost can believe it.
I've seen people do a full makeup on the tube.
What, really?
Yes.
Well, that's because they're doing their morning makeup on the way in.
On the way into work. Let's talk to etiquette expert Liz Brewer, who did her makeup well before she arrived this morning. Good to see you, Liz. What is going wrong? Because these things are frankly disgusting.
I'd like to add about 5 this morning, because I was an hour and a half way in the country. So.
Oh, wow.
See, that's called devotion to duty. And that seems to be lacking now.
Yeah.
I mean, why are we losing manners?
I think it's because we're all too preoccupied. You know, a lot of the time, and it's really to do with technology, because we speed it up. We're doing so much at the moment that we're almost forgetting our P's and Q's. So we forget to say that people get on a bus. Instead of smiling at the conductor and saying, good morning, afternoon or just smiling. You know, everything is in a rush. And I'd have to tell you, I came back, because I'd been away 3 weeks in Antigua. I came back on, of course, the non-existent Gatwick Express. Every time I take the Gatwick Express, it's not there. It's always Southern Rail. And because I arrived at Russia, you could not move. And I only had a couple of cases, but it was enough to be crammed, you know, in. And it was interesting to watch how people behaved, because there was a pregnant woman. Nobody offered her a seat. OK, I have to admit that there was a very charming young man who did say, if there was one seat, if you sit down, I'll look after your cases, which was very charming of him. Except I thought, why did he choose me? do I look as obviously like to? Am I looking like a, you know? But anyway, so I think it's all to do with where we've just speeded up and we forget. You know, when you're sitting on a train, you know, you can't smile. You don't have to scowl at people. You don't have to sit there as if you've got every right to be in that seat and your bag can sit in the seat next to you. You've got to consider other people, and that's
that's the basics, though, isn't it? Considering other people, which is what, I mean, the one thing which seems to be driving both of us mad is when people get out food and eat something which is particularly smelly.
Yeah, I know, terrible, terrible. But the phone thing, that's... And when people started doing that, and you know, and there was a lot of comment, you'd think people would be aware and stop. It hasn't stopped anyone. If somebody's on their phone, the other day, and I'm saying, by the way, we are all enjoying your conversation. And he just looked at me as if I was completely bonkers. But everybody was listening to the conversation. It's not necessary. It's a question, and it's not to do with etiquette. It's to do with social behaviour. And social behaviour in the modern world we're living in today. And you've got to understand, think about other people. You know, if they've got a bus driver or train attendant, remember that's their job. And if you're doing that job of sitting in a seat driving a bus for, I don't know, 7 hours a day, it's only courteous and it's only kind that when you get on or off, don't have to say anything, but smile, acknowledge that person. Same with the tiller, you know, in a supermarket. Acknowledge the people that are giving you a service. And I feel very strongly about that.
We've also turned into a society, haven't we, where everybody eats on the move. You know, I remember one of our big school rules was that you didn't eat whilst you were in uniform. You didn't eat walking along the street.
You don't eat in the street. You don't eat.
But everybody does now.
I know.
They eat as they walk.
But also, it's very bad for your indigestion. You shouldn't be eating when you're moving, exercising. You should be able to sit down, appreciate the food you've got in front of you, and actually stop and eat and enjoy what you're eating. It's offensive if somebody else is sitting next to you and you're munching something, and or even if you're munching and eating, so everybody's seeing the content of your mouth. It's bad social behaviour.
Well, it is, and look, I agree with you. I do, but you only have to go to Euston or wherever, and it's full of baguette shops and pie shops and pasty shops.
And then they leave their bag or whatever, their chips or something, they leave it on the seat and somebody else comes in and then they've got to move it.
So how do we get this back? How do we get back this sense of, well, the right thing to do, good manners?
Well, you know, when I was a child, we followed the example of our parents. The trouble is, parents today are in such a hurry and most of them are working. And because they have to in today's world, and therefore they don't have time to instruct the children. And children, like sponges, they watch what's going on around them. And if grown-ups are doing it, then they're going to think that's the right thing to do, so they're going to copy. So we have to, it's not just in school, but it's very much, they need to be taught, and we seem to have forgot teaching children manners, how to behave, and social behaviour. And it's very important, terribly important.
I agree. Liz, good to see you this morning. Thank you very much
And
indeed.
let us know your thoughts. How do we get that sense of good manners back into our society? Is it possible? Do stay with us. Still to come, Aidan McGee will be here with all the latest sports news. That's next.
This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
Now, after moving to the UK from Kochi in Japan over 25 years ago, our next guest missed the taste of home and started making sushi with local ingredients.
Yes, Tomono Davies went on to establish Tomono Sushi Party, inspired by her mother's dedication to cooking fresh meals every day.
Now, while sushi is usually enjoyed in restaurants in Japan, Tomono is showing that anyone can create it at home. So here we go. She's already taught over 500 people and is now bringing her passion to even more people.
So she joins us now in the studio to give us one of her sushi masterclasses. First of all, we're a little bit nervous. We're certainly not pros. I love eating sushi, but certainly not making it.
As long as you follow my instruction, it should be that easy.
OK, great. That's what we like to hear.
So tell us a little bit about your business and why we're here today.
Of course. So my name is Tomono Davies. I'm originally from the place called Kochi, as you mentioned, and I'm the founder and the owner of Tomono Sushi Party. So we bring authentic, hands-on sushi making classes to homes, offices in London and home counties. Also, we run public classes, the information which you can find on my website.
Yep.
So this goes all the way back in 90s, actually, when I was a student.
Never.
The Japanese food wasn't widely available, but I really craved a beautiful, aromatic aged sushi, Japanese food. And when you're craving something, you started making your own at home. And I fell in love with the Englishman. He brought me back to UK. Then that's the time more people start asking me, can you teach me how to make sushi?
The People's Channel.
Good Afternoon Britain isn't just about us. The wonderful thing about this programme is it's about everyone watching. It's an interactive programme.
Well, there absolutely is something to see here, and we're going to be talking about it more.
Whether it's breaking royal news, Will, please bring us up to date, or indeed a particularly punchy speech in the House of Commons.
Very, very curious.
We bring it to you live, and then we bring you live reaction as well.
That's Good Afternoon Britain, weekdays from midday.
Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, because the failure is...
You're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
At 7:41, sport time with Aidan. Good morning.
Good morning to you both.
Six Nations, terrible start for Wales.
It was the first time they'd not scored a point in the history of the Six Nations, so we're going back more than 20 years here. 43-0 was the score. It was 28-0 at half-time. Now, it was always going to be an extremely difficult task for them going to the Stade de France on opening night to face a France side who are among the best teams in the world. I would imagine they're just about the favourites for this Six Nations tournament as well, although they've not performed particularly well in it in the last few years. Ireland would be alongside them in that as well, but they looked imperious with Antoine Dupont, the widely considered to be the best player in the world last night, really dominating things from scrum half. And then today we're on to England, who travelled to, well, they're already there, so I would hope, in Dublin at 4:45. They're up against Ireland, and a little bit different because Ireland's coach Andy Farrell is with the Lions at the moment, so Simon Easterby has stepped up to replace him just for the interim for the time being. And so you might say that Ireland are there for the taking, but they're still such a top side. England have a new captain, Mauro Itoje. I do think, though, that this could be make or break this tournament for Steve Borthwick. I think they've been unconvincing England, notwithstanding one or two decent results and quite a dogged performance in the World Cup at the end of 2023. But England have to just kind of step up and impress at some point. We are a major rugby nation.
Is this make or break for Maro Itoje?
For Itoje, no, not necessarily. It's his first game as captain, but he had some interesting...
Yeah, but if they do badly in the Six Nations...
I don't think they would put that down to the captaincy, though. But he's had some interesting things to say about the future of rugby on TV, because he believes that it's absolutely imperative that rugby stays on terrestrial television. He thinks that with the league match or the domestic tournament or domestic event struggling for money, and some of the top sides not being able to produce the level of player that the international game requires, it needs to be seen by as many people as possible. He grew up watching the Six Nations on the BBC and ITV, and the contract is up for renewal. And we've seen some sports take the money and go to satellite TV. He's very, very sure that it needs to stay on terrestrial. So we'll see how that plays out for the rest of the year.
I suppose it's true for most sports, isn't it? Once they get on terrestrial TV, it just gets more and more people enthused, doesn't it? It keeps the fan base going.
Yeah, it does, but then we've seen situations where some sports have disappeared into the margins. Now, the money is there because the broadcasters will just put the money into it, whereas the terrestrial TV channels, by doing that, they have to give up peak audiences. Now, the issue here is that last night, for example, Wales was underway in France at 8:15. Now, they'll get good numbers for that, but they might compare that to what they might get for a soap opera, and that's always the competition.
Yeah.
That they've had. I mean, that's why if you go back to 1992 when the Premier League deal came up, that's one of the reasons that the ITV didn't really go into it hard, because it meant sacrificing some of their prime slots, whereas Sky, for example, could put their football on at any time of the day, and that's why we see matches kicking off at all hours of the week and all sorts of odd different days. But nonetheless, it was an interesting thing for a captain to say on his first day. Another interesting thing today is Ireland against England. Players are playing for places in the Lions squad in the summer as well, so that's one thing we have to consider as well. So there may be a little bit of an edge there as well.
OK, can we have a quick look at Marcus Rashford, because it's rumbling on with him?
Yeah, we might see some movement over the weekend. The back page of The Sun today is Rashton Villa. Now, we believe there's an offer on the table from Tottenham, who are in dire need of players given their injury situation, and they're lacking players in the forward areas. They've struggled in the Premier League as well this season. They're right down mired in the bottom half. He's got his heart set on going to Barcelona, but they have to remove 2 players out of their squad to cope with the cost limits that are in that particular league. But hopefully, we're going to have to see some movement over the weekend by Monday at 11 o'clock, if anything's going to happen.
OK, Aidan, thank you.
Thank you very much. By the way, if you're looking for some winter sun, here are the best hotspots.
Can't wait to get in that sea.
Lovely and warm.
Just like the feeling of having great travel insurance.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
There's some pretty unsettled weather in central parts of the Mediterranean this weekend. Strong winds to go along with the heavy rain. Also a band of rain sweeping across parts of Spain, Portugal and into France as we go through tomorrow. Even some hill snow mixed in with this. But it's in the central Med where we have the heaviest rain, the strongest winds affecting parts of Italy, Greece, even the north of Africa as well. But as we go into next week, there will be a lot of dry and often sunny weather around. See you later.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
Nana Queer, weekends from 3 p.m.
5 years ago now, we developed this campaign called Regifting Beauty. And Regifting Beauty is about giving back to those that are in less fortunate situations than the majority of us. And I was coming across people that were receiving gifts at Christmas. You know how many gifts we receive? Gift sets, items, bath bombs, all of these things that we don't necessarily use. For myself, they sit in the bathroom cupboard all year round. So I was thinking of a way how we can make that better, put that to better purpose. And we developed this campaign 5 years ago called Regifting Beauty. And it's where people can donate unwanted toiletries, sanitary items, skincare, perfumes, and we work with different charities around the country, and they will re-gift them to survivors of domestic abuse. And for years now, it's only really been focused around women. There hasn't really been a male focus. So Ben and I were having conversations, and we were thinking, well, And I was getting comments throughout the years of doing it, saying, why are men excluded from this? Surely it should be applicable to men too. I mean, in the UK, over 700,000 men are suffering with domestic abuse on an annual basis. And a lot of that goes unreported. And there's over 2 million people in the UK that do suffer from some form of domestic abuse, be it physical or psychological, and it's an important topic that we should be discussing. So this campaign is about providing something that may seem trivial, but it restores some level of dignity. And I think that's so important when survivors are just trying to regain aspects of their life. Something so small that maybe sitting in your bathroom cupboard that you're not using could go to such better use. So this year we're launching the Regifting Beauty, the Turnaround Edition, about turning around moments in life and allowing people to have those turnaround moments, which also plays on Ben's, song, Turnaround.
Gotta turn
it fits in nicely with that.
Which I'll be on with you.
For the remix,
Still fitting in nicely, isn't it?
GB News, the People's Channel.
It's Patrick Christie's Tonight, and here we do things differently. It's explaining the absolute madness of this, doesn't it? It's explosive. I mean, this is very good. It's lively.
850. Your government sat there, Sean, and it did nothing.
It's controversial. And the Middle East has been in turmoil since before I was born. It's everything you need to kickstart your evening. Everyone's had their Weetabix tonight. I love to see it. That's Patrick Christie's Tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Camilla Tominey, for a frank and honest discussion with those in power that cuts through the spin and gets to the heart of the issues shaping our nation.
You haven't confirmed that you want to stand as leader, but you haven't ruled it out either.
This report basically says that he's not fit to stand trial. Is he indecisive? Incompetent?
I deliver the dose of reality Westminster needs. That's the Camilla Tominey Show at 9:30 every Sunday on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Time for the papers at 7:49 with Kevin Schofield and Susan Holder. Good morning.
Morning.
We've got the trade war kicking off, Kevin.
Yeah, well, I think a lot of people thought that it might have been tough talk by Donald Trump on the campaign trail, but this threat to impose tariffs on all imports coming into the US. But it looks as though he's going to make good on it, yeah. And 25% tariff on goods coming from Canada. I mean, that is a trade war. I mean, there's no two ways of putting it. I mean,
they're next door neighbours, though. That's sort of...
It is absolutely... We've never seen anything like it. And we might think, my goodness, it's going on the other side of the world, but it potentially has massive ramifications for the global economy, and therefore for us. But also, this will send a chill up the Chancellor's spine, I think, because you think, well, if he's going to do this to Canada, is he going to do it to the UK?
Well, he's going to do it to the EU. Because he's made that clear, hasn't he?
Yeah, so we were told, weren't we, that we could trade with anybody, but when they make their own rules up and they decide, we're at that mercy, aren't we? And he's yet to make his mind up on Europe, we don't know.
No, he has said.
Yeah, he said that he's going to impose it. I mean, he's not said when. No. I mean, the Canada and China ones are happening, it would appear, straight away today. But he's yet to say what he's going to do with the UK. Now, we like to think that special relationship, Trump likes the royal family, he'll maybe look at us kindly, but at the end of the day, if it's bad for America, he won't care. He will impose tariffs, and if that was to happen, it would blow Rachel Reeves's budget assumptions to smithereens. So big worries if he decides to make good on these threats as far as we're concerned as well.
Well, he usually, once he says it, he usually does it, doesn't he? And quickly, hanging about.
Yeah. Susan, tell us about the latest, so-called scandal hitting Prince Andrew.
Yes, how do you solve a problem like Prince Andrew? It's the gift that keeps on giving, isn't it, really? So the latest thing that's come about, and it's very reliable it's not just a hearsay. These are legal documents being filed for a court case involving somebody who ran Barclays Bank that have exposed emails that reveal that despite him telling Emily Maitlis, I never had any contact with Jeffrey Epstein, the convicted paedophile, once I knew, after 2010. In 2011, he was sending emails saying, keep in close touch and we'll play more soon. and nobody wants to think about what that even means. And it just brings it all back up to the fore. And that disastrous interview where he tried to justify going over to Central Park. I mean, he strikes me as the kind of man who'd dump you by text, but with his friend. He goes over, he flies to New York and walks him through Central Park to tell him that because he's a convicted paedophile, he can't see him anymore. And then says to Emily Maitlis, oh, it was because I was too honourable. That was his defence.
That's right.
Yeah, I mean, no one buys it, though, do they?
No, there's a line in one of the papers where it says, it suggests that he may have been lying in the Newsnight interview. Well, I think
it
already
proves
sort of come to that conclusion.
But what do you do about it? He's had everything stripped off him. He no longer kind of functions as a working member of the royal family. They've taken all the kind of honours and privileges away from him, apart from, of course, his house that he's refusing to downsize from.
To move out of.
And it's the one thing he could do to show a little bit of kind of nous is to move out of Royal Lodge.
One thing Prince Andrew isn't renowned for having is nous, though, is it? Let's be honest.
No.
All right, Kevin, let's have just a quick look at The Guardian. This is Waitrose, though, which makes me question it. But apparently the sale of whole milk, full-fat yoghurt and blocks of butter are on the rise.
Yeah, apparently things like semi-skim milk, 0% fat yoghurt are much less popular. You're right, it's the Waitrose website, but the searches for full-fat milk, full-fat yoghurt have soared. Block butter searches up as well. And apparently we're going back to basics to avoid processed food.
Do you know what? I'm very sceptical of this, only because it's the butter that does it. I love butter.
I love it.
I don't buy butter because it is so expensive now.
It is expensive, but that is like a proper guilty pleasure of mine. I used to like this sort of non-buttery spreads on my toast, but now it's butter all the way.
So these are people with plenty of dosh.
The trick, though, is not to use so much of it. Right. Use it in smaller quantities. It's better for you and just use it in smaller quantities.
What's the fun in that? If you can't see your teeth marks in it, what's the point?
No, absolutely. And it's just tastier.
Absolutely.
Those days are over, I think. They really are.
So. Right, you two, thank you very much indeed. See you later. Here's the weather.
Heavy showers first thing will be followed by a warm, cosy day. Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Morning, I'm here with your latest GB News weather update from the Met Office. There's quite a bit of mist, murk and fog around this morning, and for some of us it's going to linger through a fairly large chunk of the day, particularly across some central eastern parts. A lot of thick cloud here, some murkiness to be had, although across the far east of England I am expecting a bit more sunshine to develop this afternoon. Also some sunshine across parts of, well, eastern Scotland, northern England, down through Wales and perhaps the southwest of England too. But elsewhere largely cloudy, outbreaks of rain across Scotland and Northern Ireland with strengthening winds. In the best of the sunshine, not feeling too bad for the time of year. Temperatures just about scraping into double figures towards the southwest of the UK. Looking through into this evening, and for much of Scotland it is going to be fairly cloudy, perhaps some clear skies towards the east and southeast. Otherwise, a few outbreaks of rain around, winds strengthening, but the wettest, windiest weather is yet to come. A similar story across Northern Ireland, a bit cloudy, and there will be some blustery, at times wet weather. Clearer skies for many parts of northwest England into Wales and perhaps the southwest, but elsewhere largely cloudy as we go through this evening, though some clear skies across parts of East Anglia. That frontal system towards the northwest I highlighted does gradually progress its way eastwards as we go overnight, so turning pretty wet for Northern Ireland and also western Scotland. Elsewhere towards the north and west there will be some outbreaks of rain, but further south and east you are, greater chance you have of staying dry, and some clear skies in the southeast will allow temperatures to drop, so there could be some fog patches, even a touch of frost in some places too. That front makes pretty slow progress gradually eastwards as we go through tomorrow, and so towards the north and west to be a bit damp at times, something a little bit dry and brighter developing across western Northern Ireland later, and all the time staying largely fine and sunny towards the southeast of the UK. That being said, the sunshine is not particularly strong at this time of year, so we're only looking at temperatures peaking in the high single digits. See you later.
Expect a warm front, moving from the kitchen right through to the rest of the house. Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Want to be one of 2 lucky Great British giveaway winners? That's right, you could win one of 2 prize bundles, which includes a brand new iPhone 16, £500 in shopping vouchers to spend in your favourite store, and an incredible £10,000 in tax-free cash to spend however you like. What would you spend that cash on? For a chance to win an iPhone, vouchers and £10,000 in cash, text cash to 63232. One entry costs £2 plus 1 standard network rate message, or text bonus to 63232. 5 entries cost £5 plus 1 standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start from just £2. Call 0903 681 3232. Calls cost £2 plus your network access charge, or post your name and number to GB11 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 6 p.m. on the 7th of March. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Good afternoon, Britain. Weekdays from midday.
People living with obesity are people, and they deserve the right for treatment and care as much as anyone else. What we need to understand is that obesity is a chronic condition, or a disease, as some people call it. It's not a choice. And this is the bit that people really struggle with, is that people think this is a lifestyle choice and people have done this to themselves. What we now know is the science and the evidence shows us that this isn't a choice. People have genetic predispositions for living with obesity. What we need to do is be a bit more compassionate and caring to people that live with obesity and support them to make healthier choices, not actually just discriminate and tell them that they're doing something wrong when, you know, if I had asthma, for instance, you wouldn't be saying the same thing to me there. But then it's exactly the same.
Usually, if you're going for an operation of some form or other, there'll be often there is a criteria. So my mother, she had a knee operation. They wanted to make sure her blood pressure was right and all these things. This is, I mean, to hear somebody say that obesity isn't a choice just because you've got genetic predisposition to it, it's just exactly why people seem to be legitimizing being overweight. Ozempic has proved that people are overweight because they eat too much. Because Ozempic tells you to stop eating, it makes you think that you've eaten and makes you feel full, so you don't eat. You may be predisposed to anything, but you also have a large percentage of responsibility to make sure that doesn't happen. So absolutely, it is in the patient's best interests, because if you're overweight, it'll take you longer to heal. You're more likely to have complications, the same if you smoke, and also the outcomes are usually better. So for a smoker, if you quit, say 4 weeks before surgery, your 25%, your risk is lower of respiratory complications. So this is literally, of course, it's discriminatory, because you have to decide, you have to prioritise the people that are likely to survive the operations.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Good morning. Is President Trump waging a tariff war?
Canada, Mexico and China are set to face levies on their goods from today.
Well, could Europe be next? And what could it mean for the UK?
We have a tremendous deficit with the European Union, so we'll be doing something very substantial.
Shock scenes in Philadelphia as streets are ablaze after an air ambulance carrying a child and 5 others simply plummeted from the sky.
I just see the plane is getting lower and lower and lower. It nipped the house. When it nipped the house, it hit a couple cars. Boom! And to the plaza, and to the Dunkin' Donuts, everywhere. I've never seen nothing like that a day in my life.
Well, it comes just days after that collision at Reagan National Airport in Washington, D.C., as authorities confirm they've recovered 41 bodies so far.
The rise of reform, Nigel Farage compares his party's polling with Donald Trump's election victory as he addresses crowds at a rally in Kemi Badenoch's constituency.
We've been riding a bit of a wave, and you know what? If we keep riding that wave a bit more, we really will surprise everybody come that next general election when we win it.
Hamas release 2 Israeli hostages in the 4th exchange since the ceasefire in Gaza began.
The long-term sick will need to look for jobs in benefits overhaul as the government looks to cut the £65 billion sickness bill.
Today to say goodbye to Linda Nolan, her funeral taking place in Blackpool today.
Well, just as she wanted, Linda Nolan's coffin will be bright pink and sparkly as she makes her final journey here in Blackpool today.
England start their Six Nations campaign when they take on Ireland in Dublin later today. That's after Wales suffered a humiliating opening night against France in Paris. We'll also look ahead to all the weekend's Premier League action.
Quite a bit of murkiness this morning, even some fog patches to watch out for, and then we have some rain arriving into the northwest overnight. Stick around for more on this coming up.
It's just gone 8 o'clock. I'm Stephen Dixon.
And I'm Anne Diamond, and this is GB News Breakfast.
Jax has been in touch.
Jax.
Saying, Stephen, I totally agree. Butter should be as thick as a slice of cheese on your toast.
Oh. Well, I know it is lovely.
And salted butter.
Yeah, I totally agree, but you just have to sort of ration yourself, don't you, if you're going to love your butter that much.
John says, I've just gone back to whole milk and butter, and I recently discovered bacon fried in butter tastes much better.
I bet it does. I bet it does, but you can hear your ventricles of your heart going clank, clank.
This is the trouble. All the stuff that's nice is bad for you.
Yeah, I know. But people will tell you that, generations before us have eaten bacon and butter and all the rest of it. And
they were more physical, weren't they?
They've been fine, yes. I think that's probably true.
Yeah, more physical.
Yeah.
You know what I'm like for me cheese?
Yeah, I love cheese.
I love cheese. And I went to the supermarket the other day and unfortunately saw this. It was a different supermarket and I saw this cheese I don't see in my normal supermarket. And you know, I ended up buying about 6 blocks of these different...
But
I've got loads of cheese.
I love a cheese board.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, it's one of those...
They've got smoked cheese, cheddar, red Leicester.
I've been experimenting with crispy kale. Have you come across it?
Yes, very tasty.
Do you know, I've never really had it, but it was served at on a breakfast buffet at a hotel I had to stay at a couple of weeks ago. And I thought, what's that? And I thought, it must be crispy kale. And it's gorgeous.
Yeah,
So I've had a go at doing it myself at home.
So what do you do with it?
Well, you get the kale and you tear off the very the big
hard bits.
the big rubbery stem bits, and then you just put it on a baking tray. And if you get one of those oven olive oil sprays, then you just bung it in the oven, and you have to really watch it because it does it in like 1 minute flat.
It probably works in an air fryer as well, I would have thought.
Yes, it does apparently. Yeah. And then you just munch it like crisps.
Oh, really?
It's
Cavalloniere.
Oh, it's so nice.
Do you put salt on it?
Well, yeah.
Yeah, you need a bit of salt on it.
Oh, it's nice, is it? And supposedly healthy.
Well, it must be basically. It's
Yeah.
You sprayed a bit of olive oil on it, which is okay.
Yeah.
And that's it, really.
I'm not sure the salt does much.
You don't need it. It's got a taste all of its own, but it's really nice. And ever so easy to do.
Get it as a side dish in restaurants.
Yeah. Well, I've never come across it before. That's a new one for me, but it's easy to do at home, which is lovely.
You see, I like the sound of that. I like anything that's a bit crispy.
Give it a go today.
I'll bring some in tomorrow for you.
Oh, yes.
The only trouble is it completely drops your teeth with little green bits.
Oh, well, you have to put up with that
really
if you're watching us on the TV.
Don't smile after eating crispy kale. you have to go and brush your teeth first.
I don't know why someone did a close-up of my teeth then. What's going on in the gallery? Just made me look like Rylan. These are all my own, by the way. Right. I was going to say, let us know about crispy kale, but I mean, I don't know whether you've had it or not. It'd be quite interesting to know.
Really nice.
To the States, President Trump has confirmed that his administration is imposing tariffs right now on America's 3 biggest trading partners.
Yeah, it starts today, and it's imports from Mexico and Canada which will be hit, with levies of 25%, whilst Chinese goods will face a tax of 10%, though some products like oil, it's always oil, could be spared.
Well, speaking from the Oval Office, the President hinted that the EU is going to be next.
The European Union charges us 20% plus a VAT tax, called a VAT tax, very similar, and it costs us an absolute fortune. We are treated so badly, and we have a tremendous deficit with the European Union, so we'll be doing something very substantial.
The goal, apparently, is to drive more Americans to buy domestic products, but critics warn the move could spike prices and fuel inflation.
Tariffs don't cause inflation, they cause success. Cause big success, so we're going to have great success. There could be some temporary short-term disruption, and people will understand that.
Let's talk to political commentator John Oxley. What strikes me every time I watch that sequence from the Oval Office is that Trump is not being a politician, he's being a businessman. And maybe that's exactly what it needs.
Perhaps, but he's a businessman whose, his business has always been more service-orientated. It's hotels, it's casinos, and not necessarily having the same experience of people who've got companies that rely on imports, imported parts, for example, and that often, as a business, you're not thinking the same way as a national economy. These things work differently, so it could work, but it could also be the thing that really trips him up.
Yeah, and how long will that take, I wonder, before it shows? Because he's a man of absolute conviction. He's always right. He won't want to be proved wrong.
And one of the things, these are immediate tariffs we are hearing. They're coming in today, which means they are applying straight away to products that are already on boats, products that are already in lorries bound for their destination. And so the importers that rely on this, and it's not just finished products, it's parts of things that get built into bigger things, are going to be dealing with those today before there's any chance for the domestic industry to catch up. If you're relying on those imports going in, you're facing bigger prices, and at this scale, those are prices you are going to put onto your consumers. So there's a real chance that the pain hits first.
In terms of the politics of it and how he approaches these things, I just wonder if that needs to be looked at from our perspective a little bit, in that he said he was going to do it, he's doing it, it's coming in. He says it's going to be great, but he says there may be some short-term disruption. Whereas in this country, what we've had certainly of late is people talking about ideas and they get thrown about and chewed about and spat out and all the rest of it. At least he's just getting on with it. I mean, there's a level of certainty whether you agree with what he's doing or not.
That's absolutely true, and one of the problems we have in this country is that things move very slowly. It is hard to get those things done in this way via these executive orders. But the trade-off against that is it protects people and governments from doing things that backfire quickly. And one of the things we saw through last year was inflation is very bad for a government's popularity. If these things do trigger inflation, there's a real chance that comes to bite him very quickly. And then it'll be interesting to see if he perseveres with these things if they become very politically unpopular.
It's interesting, isn't it, that he's got the rest of the world sitting on the edge of their seats, wondering if they're going to be clobbered as well. I mean, obviously us in Britain and the EU.
Yes, because ultimately America is the biggest economy in the world. It's got a huge amount of people. It does a huge amount of trade. And so if you're a country with a reasonable economy, you're selling a lot to America, but also you're looking around, what are the secondary impacts of this? If suddenly flows of things into America are going to get hit with tariffs, well, maybe that makes it easier for us to buy them because they're not going to the USA, and maybe there's opportunities there as well to sort of play around with how these tariffs are applying.
Yeah, that's a good way of making business sense out of it, our way. John, good to see you.
Good to see you.
Thank you very much indeed. I tell you what I find really interesting. I mean, I don't agree with everything Trump stands for. I don't agree with it. I mean, who agrees with absolutely everything that anybody stands for? But what I do find really refreshing is a leader who is leading. So whether you agree with him or not, at least you know where you are with him. We seem to be lacking that so much over here.
Those who violently disagree with him just feel total despair, I think.
Well, yeah, I mean, you would if you're totally diametrically opposed to everything he's doing. You are going to feel.
But it is interesting that somebody
despair.
can actually get a country by the bootstraps, if that's the right word, and actually do things.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, he will be judged in 6 months' time, or they always do the first 100 days of a presidency, don't they? And see how he's getting on. It'll be very interesting to see what people think of him in 100 days.
He said he was going to do things, and he's doing it. So there is something to judge him on, rather than just...
Peter's just made a very good comment, which I think is fascinating, and I totally agree. He says, the problem we have in this country is paralysis by analysis.
Oh, that's very good.
It's very good. Yeah, is that your own phrase? Because that's what we just talk about things and we end up punishing ourselves all the time, don't we, before we actually act.
It's a bit like the Rwanda plan. Again, whether you agree with it or not is almost irrelevant. It's the fact that you said, we're going to do this. We're going to do this Rwanda plan. And then it doesn't happen.
It doesn't happen.
Because it's tied up in the courts and the human rights lawyers and all the rest of it. Whereas if it was Trump, he'd say, we're going to do it, and we're doing it, and it's happening.
Yeah. But, of course, no, this government is never going to understand our whinge about human rights lawyers because the Prime Minister is a human rights lawyer.
Yeah.
Mind you, Tony Blair was married to a human rights lawyer as well, so you could say that none of this is that surprising, I guess.
Right, it's 12 minutes past 8, and the funeral of the singer and TV personality Linda Nolan will take place today at St Paul's Church in Blackpool.
Yeah, Linda died a couple of weeks ago at the age of 65 after a really long battle with breast cancer.
Well, famous faces, Kerry Katona, Paul Chuckle, John Coughlin, set to attend the funeral so they can pay their respects to the star.
Well, we're joined now by GB News reporter Jack Carson outside St Paul's. I think you are, Jack?
Yes, I am. Good morning to you both. Well, Linda Nolan had a career in the spotlight. The most defining hit for her and the group, the Nolans, of course, being I'm in the Mood for Dancing back in 1979. The Nolans scored 7 UK top 20 hits, and their most famous song, I'm in the Mood for Dancing, reached number 3 in 1980. In the early 1980s, she went solo and had a very successful career in the West End, most famously in Blood Brothers, of course, and then into multiple TV appearances after that, including Celebrity Big Brother. This church, quite special for the Nolan family, but also for Linda as well. This is where she married her beloved Brian Hudson, which they shared 26 wonderful years of marriage. It's where they got married. It's where Brian had his funeral, and Linda once again will be reunited with him today as her funeral takes place in the church behind me. The family moved here to Blackpool in the 1960s as their mother and father, who were a singing duo, pursued their career, and Linda has said over multiple years how much hard work was instilled within them as children. You mentioned the star-studded lineup of people who are coming to pay their respects to Linda today. Kerry Katona, stars of stage and screen such as Kim Marsh, Charlotte Dawson, Anthony Costa from Blue, the Fizz, Paul Chuckle, Tommy Cannon, who during her solo career Linda toured with as well. So those celebrities coming here to pay their respects. The funeral itself, the sisters and the family have been very clear, is open to the public. They want the public to be here to share in the celebration of Linda's life and also allow people to come and pay their respects. They say in reports this week that they are quite a big family, so there might be standing room, but people are still welcome here to the church in Blackpool today to pay their respects. And speaking in the papers this week, Colleen saying that one of Linda's last wishes was for everyone to be wearing black and wearing mantillas. Now, Colleen said that they're not going to do that because she said they'd all just laugh the whole way through the funeral, but they are going to honour her last request, which was to have a funeral and a coffin of pure showbiz, a pink and sparkly coffin, which is going to, I'm sure, be such a sight to see as it goes into the church a little bit later this morning. The family here to celebrate her life and also pay their respects to a great.
OK, Jack, thanks very much indeed. I must say, over my career, I'll bet it's the same with you, I've reported from quite a few so-called happy funerals.
Yes.
Because that's what the person leaving us wants to have. But, you know, they never are, because people just can't help the fact they are so upset because they loved the person who's died. And I think that'll be the same here. She may have a sparkling pink coffin, but there's going to be a lot of tears today.
There will be. There will be. Look, let's just show you some live pictures that we're getting from Gaza, where Hamas has begun the handover of 3 Israeli hostages. You can see they're handing them, as they do, to the International Committee of the Red Cross. Is the gentleman in the red top, if you're watching on TV. Ofer Calderon and Yarden Bibas are being released, along with, at some point today, Keith Samuel Siegel. As part of this exchange, 182 Palestinian prisoners should be released later on today as well. It's the fourth handover that we've seen over the last couple of weeks.
Now, the convicted serial killer Lucy Letby, her legal team is going to announce what is claimed to be new medical evidence from a panel of international experts. The panel, to be chaired by Conservative MP Sir David Davis, will include retired neonatologist Dr Shu Lee, who is expected to disclose new analysis at a central London press conference on Tuesday.
Now, if you're a customer of Lidl, you're being urged to return some mini pretzel products amid warnings that the snacks may cause a burning sensation when eaten. They're Alpenfest-style salted mini pretzels in either milk or dark chocolate.
Consumers are going to see the price of alcohol rise today as a hike in duties comes into effect. This means a bottle of gin, for instance, will rise by 32 pence, whilst wine will increase by 54 pence. But there is a bit of relief if you go down the pub, because duty on draft products will be cut by 1.7%. That means a penny off a pint pulled in the pub.
Now, here's something new for you. 2 chances to win in the Great British Giveaway. We've got 2 prize bundles, each containing a brand new iPhone, 500 quid to spend in your favourite store, and 10,000 in tax-free cash. Here's how you enter.
The Great British Giveaway is officially 1 year old, and we have a birthday treat for you. We're giving you not 1, but 2 chances to win this month, with 2 prize bundles that include an incredible £10,000 in tax-free cash. But that's not all. You'll also get a brand new iPhone 16 and a £500 shopping voucher to spend at your favourite store. So why not be extra lucky this month? For a chance to win an iPhone, vouchers and £10,000 in cash, text cash to 63232. One entry costs £2 plus 1 standard network rate message, or text bonus to 63232. 5 entries cost £5 plus 1 standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start from just £2. Call 0903 681 3232. Calls cost £2 plus your network access charge, or post your name and number to GB11 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrants must be 18 or over. Lines close at 6 p.m. on the 7th of March. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Time for the weather now.
Despite the morning rain, it'll be a nice, warm, cosy day ahead. Boxed heat pumps, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Morning, I'm here with your latest GB News weather update from the Met Office. There's quite a bit of mist, murk and fog around this morning, and for some of us it's going to linger through a fairly large chunk of the day, particularly across some central eastern parts. A lot of thick cloud here, some murkiness to be had, although across the far east of England I am expecting a bit more sunshine to develop this afternoon. Also some sunshine across parts of, well, eastern Scotland, northern England, down through Wales and perhaps the southwest of England too. But elsewhere largely cloudy, outbreaks of rain across Scotland and Northern Ireland with strengthening winds. In the best of the sunshine, not feeling too bad for the time of year. Temperatures just about scraping into double figures towards the southwest of the UK. Looking through into this evening, and for much of Scotland it is going to be fairly cloudy, perhaps some clear skies towards the east and southeast. Otherwise a few outbreaks of rain around, winds strengthening, but the wettest, windiest weather is yet to come. A similar story across Northern Ireland, a bit cloudy, and there will be some blustery, at times wet weather. Clearer skies for many parts of northwest England into Wales and perhaps the southwest, but elsewhere largely cloudy as we go through this evening, though some clear skies across parts of East Anglia. That frontal system towards the northwest I highlighted does gradually progress its way eastwards as we go overnight, so turning pretty wet for Northern Ireland and also western Scotland. Elsewhere towards the north and west there will be some outbreaks of rain, but further south you are, greater chance you have of staying dry, and some clear skies in the southeast will allow temperatures to drop, so there could be some fog patches, even a touch of frost in some places too. That front makes pretty slow progress gradually eastwards as we go through tomorrow, and so towards the north and west it is going to be a bit damp at times, something a little bit drier and brighter developing across western Northern Ireland later, and all the time staying largely fine and sunny towards the southeast of the UK. That being said, the sunshine is not particularly strong at this time of year, so we're only looking at temperatures peaking in the high single digits. See you later.
There will be a light breeze in the morning, leading to a warm front. Boxed heat pumps, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Now, still to come, we're going to be hearing from a young boy and his parents who has a very special fundraiser. Tell you more in a minute.
I'm Michael Portillo. This is GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We're proud to be GB News, the People's Channel, and as you know, we always love to hear your views. Now, there's a new way of getting in touch with us at gbnews.com/yoursay. By commenting, you can be part of a live conversation and join our GB News community. You can even talk to me, Bev Turner, or any of the members of the GB News family.
Lee Anderson's Real World, Fridays from 7 p.m.
That's football.
Well,
you know, it's the hope that kills you.
It does. It gives you highs, it gives you lows. I mean, if you're an Everton fan at the moment, you probably had far too many lows. But as you know, I'm a Nottingham Forest fan.
Well, you must be having a huge high.
But you know, you had one of the greatest footballers ever to grace the game, Mike, and that was Dixie Dean.
Yeah, absolutely. William Ralph Dean didn't like being called Dixie, but that was his nickname. And he was born in 1907. He was my grandfather's best mate. I'm an Everton shareholder. I've been, you know, attached to the club all my life, and so was my father, so was my grandfather, our greatest ever player.
So back in the day when players like Dixie Dean were playing football for big crowds in, you know, a proper...
72,000.
Yeah, a proper working class sport back in the day, weren't it, football? Not like it is today. You've got to be pretty wealthy to afford a ticket.
Even in the 70s, right, and I've seen some, you know, I do like looking back on the football that I watched as a kid. Even in the 70s now, I've seen pictures of the turnstiles, as we used to call them, with a sign at the top, 5 shillings for the Eastern Terrace. 5 shillings. Yeah. Last time I turned down a ticket to go to a football match was Arsenal, who wanted me to pay £830 for a seat in an executive lounge. And though I could have afforded it, because I've worked all my life like you, I just thought at that point, that's ridiculous.
Well,
you know?
You should have told him you were Keir Starmer's security man. You'd have probably got him for nothing.
Yeah, well, that's a good idea. Yeah.
But you know, you go back to the the 1930s and 1940s, even the 1960s and 70s. You know, the footballers would walk to the ground and play a game, and then walk back and go for a few beers in the pub.
GB News, the People's Channel.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK,
we're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
I'm Bev Turner. Thank you for joining us on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
It's 8:25 now. We talked about this yesterday. Do you remember? A 3-year-old boy with cerebral palsy is walking 500 metres of his school playground, supporting his parents' own charity efforts.
He's Jacob Fallows, and he's covering 3 laps of his preschool every day with the help of his walker.
Well, Mum and Dad, Georgina and Lee, are running 150 kilometres throughout January. Oh, means it should have finished by now. To raise cash for the charity Ranch House and Bow Bears Preschool.
Jacob's sister Olivia, who's 9, has also decided to take part and is running 30 kilometres. Wow.
That's a lot, actually. Well, Jacob, Olivia, Georgina and Lee all join us out. How wonderful to see you all. Tell us what's going on. Why have you turned into this incredible fundraising family?
Well, it's the second time we've done a fundraiser. We did the same thing last year. Did about 6,000 press-ups to raise money for Branch House across the month, and it was something that we thought we'd like to repeat this year and to try and beat the January blues, make a little bit of money for causes.
Well, it's the 1st of February today, so how has January been for you?
It's been very tiring, trying to fit in a run every single day, obviously with 2 children, a full-time job, other commitments. But it's been good. It's been nice to be able to get out. Sometimes we've actually been able to run out together, which has been nice. Don't generally get a huge amount of time on our own together. The knees are sore, the ankles are sore, but we're very thankful it's the 1st of February. Yeah. And we've got 2 years old, which is amazing.
I know there's been a lot of focus on Jacob, but actually I have to say, Olivia, I hadn't realised you're doing an awful lot of running, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah,
she
agrees.
Well, what is that hard work? Are you enjoying it?
Yeah. We went out on the 1st of January, didn't we? And how cold and wet was that?
Freezing. And it was soaking wet.
Yeah. And the weather hasn't really changed, has it, over the course of January? So you've had lots of guts to actually get up and do it. But I tell you what, I bet the children sleep well at night after all that exercise, don't they?
You'd think, wouldn't you?
Oh dear, oh dear.
I don't. You're very good.
And tell us about Jacob and his efforts, because obviously, I mean, having a child with, I know from friends of mine, having a child with CP can be obviously very challenging and very worrying for parents, but the fact he's getting stuck into this is really encouraging.
Yeah, so he chose to do it off his own back. So obviously we started the challenge on the 1st of January, and then on the 10th of January, the team at the preschool told us that Jacob had decided that he wanted to join in a fundraiser. And they'd had a chat with him, and they decided that he would do 3 laps around the little playground they've got. And then, and I think he probably did about 10 that first day. He was very excited.
Yeah, we showed that clip earlier of him doing the rounds, speeded up, I presume, because he looked as though he looked turbocharged, as all of you must be.
I mean, we've been quite enthused. The support we've had from friends and family, support we've had from Jacob's preschool, but also from Olivia's primary school as well. Her class did some running one day as well. They did about a mile around the school field, did 8 laps. We've had lots of support from strangers and just people in the village, giving a wave and saying hello and well done as we're going running. So it's been really nice. It's honestly, it's been a real privilege.
Yeah,
I was going to say, no, go on, Georgina.
I said I've been actually handed money just as we're running around, just because they.
Oh, well, that's really... I tell you what, I mean, it's quite a change in today's world. Sometimes we all seem quite isolated, don't we? But, I mean, the fact that you seem like you've got a good little community around you, which is really nice.
Oh, it is. It's we live in a small little village. It's got a preschool, it's got a shop, it's got the primary school, it's got a doctor, so it's got everything you need. But everyone knows each other. So that's the nice thing, in all the groups we're in. So Olivia goes trampolining, and their club has highlighted what's going on as well. They're really supportive. So every sort of people we see are really supportive and really pleased, that we're doing something to give back to the community. So that's why we've chosen 2 local charities.
Yeah. Did you have, as far as money is concerned, did you have a target, and how's it going?
Yes, so we set a target of £2,000, £1,000 for each charity, and we have more than doubled that now. Our online donations are are approaching £5,500. I've got about £500 in gift aid. We've got about £200 in cash donations as well, and I've got pledges of another probably £300 or £400 to come in too. So we set a modest but what we thought was achievable target, and we've blown it out the water. So to everyone who has donated, we say a real heartfelt thanks.
Oh, it's wonderful news, and what a lovely little family you are, and what a lovely example you're setting, actually. I just think it's really nice and really positive. And to have 2 lovely children in the bargain is a very good thing.
Just in case anyone wants to donate, is there an easy way they can do that?
Yes, so if they go onto Just Giving and just search for Fallows Family Fundraiser, that'll then be 2 pages. One is for Branch House, one is for Bow Bears, and they can
choose
both if they're feeling particularly generous. And all that we'd ask is we're trying to support both charities equally. So if one has a lesser total than the other, if they could direct their funds towards the charity with the lower total, and it just means that we can really support.
That's brilliant. The thing to do then is to Google Fallows Family Fundraiser,
and it all pops up. Yeah. There you are. Look, brilliant stuff.
Oh, you can scan a QR code. How posh is that?
Oh, yes, if you're watching on TV. It's on your screen now. Give it a scan and it'll take you there. Georgina, Lee, Jacob, Olivia, thank you all very much. And it's really lovely to talk to you.
You too.
No, thank you.
Lovely family. Thank you.
Oh, honestly, they're both former Navy officers, actually.
Oh, there you go.
There you go. I just love it, and what a lovely family thing, what a lovely family memory they're creating with all that as well, and doing some good in with it all as well.
But one of our lovely viewers, you said they're Royal Navy. Yeah. Martin's been in touch. He's a Royal Navy veteran, and he said my older brother has CP. He's 82 years old and has lived a very comfortable life. OK, on no medication at all. So there you go, 82 years old.
Well, that's really good. Really good. I know it can be very problematic, and very worrying. But I tell you what, it doesn't do. I mean, my friend Luke, who's got very bad cerebral palsy in all 4 limbs, so he's not mobile at all. He'll be watching now. I've never known anyone in all my life as sharp and as across politics and everything. He's just incredible.
There you go.
It's been a real privilege to get to know him over the last few years. Really nice. So, it's these things, it's staying positive when life throws some stuff at you, but actually it's making the best of it.
Yeah, lovely family. Well done, the Fallows family. OK, still to come, Aidan McGee will be here any minute now with all your latest sports news.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun. No, he didn't say that, though. I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
I'm Christopher Hope. From pop stars to politicians, I'll interview anybody in a pub who's got a political opinion. Join me every Friday on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, YouTube or gbnews.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. This is GB News, the People's Channel.
This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
We were talking earlier about the issue of Siri listening to you. Well, it's not just your own conversations being sort of harvested for data. But it's a problem with AI. So what seems to have happened yesterday is that Apple issued a alert saying that Luke Littler had won the darts before he had. I mean, imagine what would, if he then gone on to lose, how that would have looked. I mean, obviously, because he went on to win, at least they got the story right. But before it had happened. So what it seems to happen is that the AI farms existing stories. And what it has done, that's the alert. We can see the alert there. Now, and it also claiming that Brazilian tennis player Rafael Nadal had come out as gay when actually a different Brazilian tennis player was actually mentioned in the original story. So what it does is you see that's branded as BBC Sport. What the Apple AI system does is it farms alerts that it thinks people are getting from the source and then summarises them into
one. That's going to be my
into
question.
one alert.
It looks to me like you would assume, OK, the BBC are reporting this.
Absolutely.
So the BBC News might be saying something else.
So it could happen to any news organisation.
This has highlighted a massive issue. I mean, having editorial judgment and quality control, because if this is going on, it's just contributing to the flow of misinformation. And we know that this is a problem on social media, people reporting false things. But if it seems to come from trusted news sources, that is a massive issue in credibility. I mean, if you had something like Reuters, who's a big news provider, doing this, you could hold people accountable, you could make changes, but when it's the AI doing it, I mean, what do? You're going to have to reprogram it in some way.
And if you just lost control, if you're a news source, you've lost control of what goes out, because it basically farms it, puts your logo on it, and sends it out, even when it's nonsense.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Headliners on GB News 11 p.m. every night. It's got 3 top comedians going through the next day's newspapers so you don't have to read them, which is great.
That's a good point. He's lying. I mean, maybe he's not lying.
That's Headliners every night from 11 p.m. and 5 a.m. as well on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Aidan's got the sport. Morning.
Good morning to you both.
8:36.
Yeah.
Should we talk about football?
Yeah, why not? It's been rugby most of the morning, but there's a huge weekend of Premier League fixtures. The big ones tomorrow. Arsenal facing Manchester City. We'll come to that in a moment. But today's 6 fixtures in total. Nottingham Forest looking to bounce back from a 5-0 defeat at Bournemouth last week when they faced Brighton in the early kick-off at 12:30. Bournemouth, as we just mentioned, in action today. A big fixture today for them against Liverpool. They've not lost at home. No, not lost in any game.
No, they've done
Bournemouth
so well. They've had a long run.
They have since they haven't lost since November the 23rd. So that means they've gone the whole of December and January. We kick off February today.
What's your prediction against Liverpool?
Look, Liverpool are so strong. Big incentive for them as well. They've got 6 points above anybody, ahead of anybody else at the top of the Premier League with a game in hand. So I'm going to go. I think Liverpool will take it by 2 goals to 1. But don't hold me to that.
No, I will not.
I know what you two do. When I get it wrong, you remind me of it the next day.
Yes, we do.
I know you do. I know. But look, we'll see what Bournemouth are made of. That's 3 o'clock today as well. We've got the bottom 2 in action. Ipswich against Southampton at 3 o'clock. If Ipswich went out, you'd have to think it was curtains for Southampton. Really, it's already a massive struggle for them as well. And then tomorrow we've got Manchester United against Crystal Palace. I trust that Marcus Rashford won't be involved in that, because if he is going to move on Monday or even before that, they've got to keep him fit, and that means not getting him involved for that game, unless he decides over the weekend that his future is going to be at Old Trafford. He's going to fight for his place. Maybe the manager might decide.
When are we going to know? How long is this going to go on for?
Well, it's because it's the whole reason that he gave the interview saying he wants to leave is because it coincided with the January transfer window. So you have that 4 weeks where the Premier League clubs can do business. It's the only time during the season they can trade players. They can either sell players or buy players. So the deadline for that is 11 o'clock on Monday. So let's see what happens. I mean, I think that the later it is, the more likely that United are going to get smaller offers, because you tend to get offers that just, it's brinkmanship really, Anne. Clubs come in and say, look, can you take, we know we value them at this amount, can you take this amount though, because the clock's running down. And it'll be a deal, I would think. So, and Chelsea versus West Ham on Monday, that's interesting because that's an 8 o'clock kick-off. And so by the time they finish that match, it'll be around 10 o'clock. What happens then if there's an hour to go of the transfer window? It's an absolute nightmare for a club if you're in action just as the window's about to shut. But it's always exciting as we see. And who knows? The results this weekend could dictate whether clubs go into the market on Monday. If they have a really bad defeat, then they might be prompted to get in the market and spend a few quid.
Yeah, it's going to be quite big days.
I thought of you earlier in the week actually, because you're AFC Fylde. You're not from there, are you?
No, well, indeed.
So they played a National League fixture at Southend, and they brought 9 supporters with them, and they were given a standing ovation by 3,000 Southend fans, and they were given a hot drink and a pie each. That's not too bad.
You see, that's nice. That's what football should be about.
It should be about, yeah, exactly.
Really, really nice. Right, what else have we got?
We got the Champions League draw, so that was yesterday. This is for the sides who are in the playoffs, which means they didn't finish in the top 8 of the newly formed Champions League, the new format. Man City are going to play the 15-time European Cup winners Real Madrid, as they've done in the last 2 seasons, so we'll see a reprisal of that particular rivalry. And Celtic, who have had a really encouraging Champions League campaign so far, it's really tough for the Scottish sides because they don't have the budget that some of the other sides have, particularly in the Premier League and in Spain. Their prize is that they're going to face Bayern Munich in a playoff as well, so an extremely tough order for them, or tough task for them, but nonetheless it will get the fans going. It prolongs their Champions League campaign that little bit longer.
OK, shall we talk rugby next time you come in then?
Yes, why not do that? Yeah, it's a big weekend, as we know.
Well, right time. Yeah, and we should just also point out that Scotland are playing today as well as...
They are indeed.
Someone messaged in earlier.
Did they?
Goodness, not forgetting Scotland. Right, Aidan, thank you. Now, if you fancy a bit of winter sun, who can blame you? Here's the forecast for some of the top European destinations.
dinner under the stars tonight?
That reminds me of our travel insurance.
You mean all clear skies?
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
There's some pretty unsettled weather in central parts of the Mediterranean this weekend. Strong winds to go along with the heavy rain. Also a band of rain sweeping across parts of Spain, Portugal and into France as we go through tomorrow. Even some hill snow mixed in with this. But it's in the central Med where we have the heaviest rain, the strongest winds affecting parts of Italy, Greece, even the north of Africa as well. But as we go into next week, there will be a lot of dry and often sunny weather around. See you later.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
Headliners. Tomorrow's papers tonight, every night from 11 p.m.
We've got the Daily Mail now with the latest in the court case over whether a man is a woman or a man. It's a tough question. And J.K. Rowling has given her opinion. I think I can guess what it is, Cressida.
Explosive twist in Australia's What is a Woman trans battle as Harry Potter author J.K. Rowling gets involved. So this is the court case Giggle versus Tickle. Tickle was a...
He's Mr. Men.
That's right. It's a Mr. Men trans battle.
Kind of is a Mr. Man.
It was a women's group, wasn't it? Tickle, Giggles... Oh, I get it wrong. Giggles for girls. And Roxy Tickle, who is a trans woman, wanted to join this group and wasn't allowed, was banned for being a biological male, and then sued and amazingly got $10,000 for this, which is already extraordinary to me.
Yeah.
But it's now doubling down and is going to file a cross appeal seeking to upgrade the judgment.
Yeah.
So Roxy has come back for another bite of the cherry.
And I've had a look at this Roxanne Tickle, the trans woman.
Is she
pretty? No, not one of the pretty ones. Not a Blair White. Just looks like, to be honest, it looks like
you could be sued for $10,000.
Looks like one of us.
Yeah.
To be honest, no. Like I mean, I'll happily.
For yourself.
No, I think it's an absolute. It's a farce, and it's making a mockery of not just. It's not just making a mockery of women's right to have their own spaces. It's making a mockery of genuine trans people who actually put some effort in and look like a woman.
What do you mean a genuine trans
And also,
people?
if
We don't believe in that.
No, if your name was Roxanne, if you were going to transition, you wouldn't pick the name Roxanne Tickle.
What?
You choose Tess.
Tess. That's a kind of name. No, the truth is that's one of the problems, is you get a choice of the name you're going to choose. And of course you're going to choose like a hot Roxanne. That's a hot Roxanne. That's a great name. They're not going to choose.
You don't think
Louis.
Tess would work better with Tickle?
GB News, the People's Channel.
It's Patrick Christie's Tonight, and here we do things differently. It's explaining the absolute madness of this, doesn't it? It's explosive. I mean, this is very good. It's lively.
850. Your government sat there, Sean, and it did nothing.
It's controversial. And the Middle East has been in turmoil since before I was born. It's everything you need to kickstart your evening. Everyone's had their Weetabix tonight. I love to see it. That's Patrick Christie's Tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good Afternoon Britain isn't just about us. The wonderful thing about this programme is it's about everyone watching. It's an interactive programme.
Well, there absolutely is something to see here, and we're going to be talking about it more. Whether it's breaking royal news, Will, please bring us up to date, or indeed a particularly punchy speech in the House of Commons.
Very, very curious.
We bring it to you live, and then we bring you live reaction as well.
That's Good Afternoon Britain, weekdays from midday.
Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Right, it's 8:44. Let's have a look at the papers. Kevin Schofield and Susan Holder are here. Good morning, you two. Get a grip. Kevin, the Eye looking at Reform's poll surge.
Yeah, I mean, this is a trend, undoubtedly. This isn't a one-off poll. So this is the latest poll from BMG Research, which basically shows Labour, the Tories and Reform neck and neck, 25% for Labour and the Tories, 24% for Reform. And there's an interesting quote here, someone from the pollster who say it signifies a new era in British politics with a genuine three-horse race emerging. So it doesn't look, at the moment, and we're still 4.5 years maybe away from a general election,
Yeah, I was going to say, why are we bothered, really, when we're so long to election? But I suppose you're right. If it's that close now, then with all that time, it does look like we're going to have
It's got the potential. It's got the potential.
And I also wonder, as we get closer to the next election, does the right decide, hang on a minute, if we were to join forces, we could blow Labour out the water, because you add Reform and the Tories together.
They're doing that by themselves.
Yeah, but they're not going to get together, are
they're
they?
not, but you just wonder whether some accommodation might be reached, because the thing is, our voting system, the first past the post, that's designed for two parties, basically. So it leads to distorted results when there's three parties. So, for instance, Reform got many more votes than the Lib Dems at the last election, but only got 5 MPs, and the Lib Dems got 70.
But is that because of how they targeted the seats?
Well, there is that as well. So it's all about where your vote is rather than how many votes you get. But, you know, I just wonder whether... Now, clearly, at the moment, the Tories have said, we just want to destroy Reform. Reform have said, the Tories are dead, we don't want anything to do with them. But I just wonder, as we get closer to the election, if the polls don't shift, and it looks like Labour are going to win, but, you know, as the largest party, say it, but not with a majority, whether there might be some sort of deal done, like there was in 2019, when the Brexit Party stood down in lots of seats and gave Boris Johnson a majority. You know, I wouldn't rule it out.
What do you make of Tony Blair in today's Times, though, saying Reform... He puts down Reform's rise to glory as the fact that they have spoken about immigration, particularly. And that's what's captured the public imagination. And he says the way Labour can fight back on that is by bringing in now digital passes, what do you call them?
ID
cards, and facial recognition, and because that will be seen to combat immigration problems.
I mean, he's been pushing this since he was Prime Minister, wasn't he? He tried to get ID cards over the line and ended up having to drop it because there wasn't enough support. So this is
there might be now.
Yeah, there might well be. I don't know whether it would be enough to see off Reform. I think part of the problem, or don't call it a problem, but part of the reason why Reform have done so well is that they are not Labour and the Tories at the moment. It's not just immigration, it's not just Brexit. People are like, you know, we're sick of the Tories, we're sick of Labour, they've not done very well since they came in. We'll try something else. And I just wonder whether it's too late now for, you know, for Labour to turn it around on immigration, for instance.
And are ID cards, do ID cards work against that problem until they find a way of making fake ones?
Yeah.
And then we're back to square one again?
Well,
facial recognition?
They'd have to...
Right.
Well, I don't know. They'd have to... I don't know.
No.
I don't know. It'd have to be something a bit like the passports, where they're physical, I think, with something embedded, which is biometric.
They'd probably be on your phone now as well, wouldn't they?
But that's the thing, I don't know if that would transmit...
Ruling out all the population that don't want a smartphone or don't use a smartphone or don't know how to use a smartphone.
Yeah.
And they probably wouldn't need to be checked anyway, what they're going to be doing.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a silver bullet, put it that way.
I don't know. Susan.
Yes.
Bad news for the Holder household.
Well, you say that...
I do.
Because you...
I do.
Well, that's interesting that you presume that we're big drinkers.
I do.
Because we've been having this conversation, and Kevin's a bigger drinker than me. No, I'm not.
Well, he's a Scot.
There's the assumptions being made around this table. We actually don't drink a lot at home, but for people who do...
I'm disappointed in not
doing.
doing.
Well, no, he used to, obviously. I mean, he's done his time. I mean, he's earned that badge. I am not. I'm a one-drink person, and I've never really drunk that much. But if you are a drinker, it is going up today, up to 54 pence on a bottle of wine.
It's a lot.
It is a lot, isn't it, I think? And, yeah, we were talking about how people could afford to go out and have a drink and buy a round and do what we used to do. We used to take for granted as part of kind of life. Nowadays, I just don't know, because it is ruinously expensive.
Buy a round, it's about 40 quid.
I was saying back in the old days, I mean, you take 50 quid out on a Saturday night and you'd be disappointed if you didn't come home with change.
Yeah.
Really.
At least you had enough for a bag of chips and a taxi out of that.
Sound like my dad when you say that, eh?
Sounds like a cool night out.
But bag of chips nowadays?
With the £50 included your taxi fare as well.
Yeah.
Oh, I really am old these days, aren't I? But yeah, it's, I'm glad I'm not young.
No, do you know what? I feel exactly the same. We're the same age. I feel exactly the same.
You know you're old when you say that.
Yeah.
Well, you've got a story about people who are kind of harking back already to the 90s, haven't you?
The good old days,
Yeah.
as they're also known as. Yeah. Apparently the 90s are back. New Bridget Jones film.
Yeah.
It's a story in The Guardian. Low-slung jeans, crop tops, fake fur coats, visible lip liner, 90s perfumes like CK1, Tommy Girl and Dupe. Disposable cameras apparently are back as well.
Disposable yes and no. I was thinking of stocking fillers last Christmas, and I was told disposable cameras are the ultimate stocking filler this Christmas.
Despite the fact they've all got cameras on their phones and do that constantly. I mean, I look back to try and find pictures of myself as a teenager, and there aren't any because we did not.
No,
you had a couple taken on your holidays and maybe one at Christmas.
I didn't know.
Took photos.
I didn't know low-slung jeans had gone out. They're the ones where your bottom are hanging out.
And they look very well on you, can I say?
No.
Did you not see the press conference from the White House yesterday?
No.
Donald Trump wasn't on these.
Donald Trump
tell me he's got. I don't want to see that.
The sound engineer was up rigging.
Oh, sound engineers always know low-slung jeans.
But there was a reporter doing a piece to camera in front, but behind you could see the sound engineer going up and getting the podium ready, and his trousers were so low-slung you could nearly see everything. And then clearly somebody told him, and suddenly, in front of everybody again, he yocked them up.
It
was really a lovely moment.
Who hasn't had a builder in like that?
Exactly. But the weirder fashion was when they used to pull their underwear right up so you could see lots of underwear above
the name on the band of the...
That was also very odd. That's a bit of a 90s thing, isn't it? Because Oasis kind of coming back as well. That's kind of harking back to the 90s.
Exactly.
Britpop and all.
But the 90s weren't a beautiful decade, were they? Really? Yeah, they weren't. Not like the 60s, or maybe the 80s had a certain style. But the 90s didn't have style.
See, I don't think the 80s had style at all. I was a teenager in the 80s, and I didn't like any of that music or any
the
of
new romantic stuff.
Wearing bows in your hair and rah-rah skirts.
Yeah.
I'm just like, that wasn't a good look.
Leg warmers.
No, but
leg warmers.
Jupe, I used to practically bathe in
Oh, my
jupe
goodness.
when I was a teenager.
Really?
Yeah. Someone walked past me the other day with a lot of jupe on it, and it was like a flashback.
Like, smells really do.
Yeah.
I was still Lynx Africa.
Oh.
That was on the Christmas present stocking filler staple, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Shower gel and the body spray.
Oh, you had it in a gift pack.
Oh, you're getting nostalgic already.
Oh, there you go. Let's have a look at Susan, astronauts on the ISS.
Yes, the astronauts who were sent into space for a week in June are still there and won't be back to the end of March. I mean, I don't know, but I find that... I mean, I know you like a bit of space exploration. I find that absolutely terrifying.
Oh, they'll be having the time of their lives.
It's their business, isn't it? It's their job.
Well, I know, but you don't... Well, if you do anything, if you sign up for a week and then you're still there for 8 months, that's kind of a good... I hope that... Paying a bonus for this? I mean,
I think so.
That's just crazy.
Can't explain it to your wife or your husband, though.
Yeah, no, who'd be
married? At least you know what you're getting up to.
Well, I think one of them is missing the birth of their child, I think.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
it
or
must
has
be the
already
man,
missed.
I presume.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it must be, I would have thought.
I would have thought. Although, who knows what goes on in space? Yeah. But, yes, we went up pregnant. You could be pregnant for... it could all vary, couldn't it? I don't know.
Birth in space, almost.
But, yeah, the ride that was meant to bring them back was faulty, and now Elon Musk has promised that SpaceX will bring them back in March. Maybe he should be concentrating on this a little bit, as this is his business, and kind of getting these poor people back.
It's not like...
You think I'm wrong to feel sorry for them?
It's not like they're stranded in a cave or whatever. They will be having...
They're stranded in outer space.
Yeah, I know, but they are astronauts. They will be having the most incredible time.
Really?
And
they've
been able to send up cargo ships to
well, obviously, they're not living on the same rations. No. Otherwise, but they've done a spacewalk this week anyway because they've had to fix the antenna. I mean...
They always have to fix antennas.
Of course they always have to. I don't know what the antenna does or doesn't do, but they had trouble fixing... It wouldn't budge. They had to go out and hit it with a hammer or something. It still sounds very technical.
I don't know. I think they'll dine out on this for years.
They will write books about this.
You too, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure.
Yeah, it's been lovely. Time for the weather?
A chilly start will give way to a lovely, warm afternoon. Boxed heat pumps, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Morning, I'm here with your latest GB News weather update from the Met Office. There's quite a bit of mist, murk and fog around this morning, and for some of us it's going to linger through a fairly large chunk of the day, particularly across some central eastern parts. A lot of thick cloud here, some murkiness to be had, although across the far east of England I am expecting a bit more sunshine to develop this afternoon. Also some sunshine across parts of, well, eastern Scotland, northern England, down through Wales and perhaps the southwest of England too. But elsewhere largely cloudy, outbreaks of rain across Scotland and Northern Ireland with strengthening winds. In the best of the sunshine, not feeling too bad for the time of year. Temperatures just about scraping into double figures towards the southwest of the UK. Looking through into this evening, and for much of Scotland, it is going to be fairly cloudy, perhaps some clear skies towards the east and southeast. Otherwise, a few outbreaks of rain around, winds strengthening, but the wettest, windiest weather is yet to come. A similar story across Northern Ireland, a bit cloudy, and there will be some blustery, at times wet weather. Clearer skies for many parts of northwest England into Wales and perhaps the southwest, but elsewhere largely cloudy as we go through this evening, though some clear skies across parts of East Anglia. That frontal system towards the northwest I highlighted does gradually progress its way eastwards as we go overnight, so turning pretty wet for Northern Ireland and also western Scotland. Elsewhere towards the north and west there will be some outbreaks of rain, but further south and east you are, greater chance you have of staying dry, and some clear skies in the southeast will allow temperatures to drop, so there could be some fog patches, even a touch of frost in some places too. That front makes pretty slow progress gradually eastwards as we go through tomorrow, and so towards the north and west it is going to be a bit damp at times, something a little bit dry and brighter developing across western Northern Ireland later, and all the time staying largely fine and sunny towards the southeast of the UK. That being said, the sunshine is not particularly strong at this time of year, so we're only looking at temperatures peaking in the high single digits. See you later.
A nice bright morning will generate a lovely warm day, right through to the evening. Boxed Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
We're giving you not one, but 2 chances to win this month, with 2 prize bundles that include an incredible £10,000 in tax-free cash. But that's not all. You'll also get a brand new iPhone 16 and a £500 shopping voucher to spend at your favourite store. So why not be extra lucky this month? For a chance to win an iPhone, vouchers and £10,000 in cash, text cash to 63232. One entry costs £2 plus 1 standard network rate message, or text bonus to 63232. 5 entries cost £5 plus 1 standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start from just £2. Call 0903 681 3232. Calls cost £2 plus your network access charge, or post your name and number to GB11 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 6 p.m. on the 7th of March. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
And fashionistas are keen to see which new trends are set to hit the catwalk.
Well, our next guest is very well placed to share her predictions with us after being a contestant on hit ITV series Dress the Nation, as well as being an upcycling and sewing consultant.
Wow. Joining us now is Tendai Murewe. I want to go back to you appearing on the ITV Dress the Nation.
Right.
Tell us about that experience. What was that like?
Oh, that was one of my highlights as an upcycling consultant. I learned to sew in my kitchen 5 years ago. And then, during COVID, just making masks. Then the next thing I was on a Dress the Nation, making dresses in front of TV. Yeah, it was just incredible. I think we all had all these clothes that we have, but we don't know what to do with them. So mainly I started with men's jackets, taking off the sleeves and putting it like a print on.
I've tried this. I've tried taking off my sleeves before. I now have about 3 jackets with no sleeves. I never managed to put them back on.
You need to come to a workshop. You need to come to a workshop.
I need an upcycling consultant. 2025, what can we expect fashion-wise?
I think bold prints are back. People are loving. I think you walk on the streets in frollals and oversized men's jackets.
So the exact opposite. We have drastically underperformed this morning. You're just saying not like us.
We just woke up this morning and thought it's winter, it's cold, it's grey.
Grey, miserable.
Is that not the way to go?
No, it is. It's still, I think because fashion is expressive. It's whatever you want to express yourself.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Morning to you. Is President Trump waging a tariff war?
Canada, Mexico and China are set to face levies on their goods starting from today.
Well, could the EU be next? And what might that mean for the UK?
We have a tremendous deficit with the European Union, so we'll be doing something very substantial.
Shock scenes in Philadelphia as streets are ablaze after an air ambulance carrying a child and 5 others plummeted from the sky.
You just see the plane is getting lower and lower and lower. It nipped the house. When it nipped the house, it hit a couple cars. Boom! And to the plaza, and to the Dunkin' Donuts, everywhere. I've never seen nothing like that a day in my life.
Well, it comes, of course, just days after that collision at Reagan National Airport in Washington, D.C., as authorities confirm they've recovered 41 bodies so far.
The rise of reform. Nigel Farage compares his party's polling with Donald Trump's election victory as he addressed crowds at a rally in Kemi Badenoch's constituency.
We've been riding a bit of a wave, and you know what? If we keep riding that wave a bit more, we really will surprise everybody come that next general election when we win it.
Hamas release more Israeli hostages, the 4th time they've done so since the ceasefire in Gaza began.
We say goodbye this morning to music legend Linda Nolan as her funeral takes place today following her battle with cancer.
Described as the Queen of Blackpool, Linda Nolan will arrive here for her funeral in pure showbiz style with a pink and glittery coffin. I'll have the latest from Blackpool.
It was a chastening night for Wales in the Six Nations rugby as they were beaten by a rampant France in Paris. England, meanwhile, start their campaign in Dublin against Ireland later today. And could Marcus Rashford be heading for Aston Villa? We'll find out later.
Quite a bit of murkiness this morning, even some fog patches to watch out for. And then we have some rain arriving into the northwest overnight. Stick around for more on this coming up.
It's just gone 9 o'clock. I'm Stephen Dixon.
And I'm Anne Diamond, and this is GB News Breakfast.
I just think we need to say thank you at the minute, because
yes.
the Fallows family, who we had on in the last hour, and their 2 kids, I mean, 9-year-old Olivia, who's running 30 kilometres, and then 3-year-old Jacob, who's got cerebral palsy, and he's doing laps of his preschool. And they're raising money for a couple of charities.
Lovely family. They're all running, aren't they, for money?
Really nice. It's gone up since they were on. You have donated it, and it will be mainly you for watching and listening, more than £1,500.
That's brilliant. Yeah, just since we were on.
And that, I think that's fantastic. What a kind-hearted bunch you are.
Yeah.
Was that half an hour ago? Half an hour ago?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
thereabouts,
about
a bit more.
3/4 of an hour ago. Yeah. Isn't that brilliant?
Really, really nice. 6,732 it is now in total between those two charities.
There he is going round, somewhat speeded up, I think. But there's a QR code if you want to know how to donate. Have a go at that QR code. Otherwise, you can just Google Fallows Family Fundraiser and you'll get the page.
Yeah.
Fallows Family Fundraiser.
Yeah, I just think what a nice lot you are.
Yeah. That's
well
really
done.
Smashing. Well done.
Now, President Trump has confirmed his administration will impose tariffs on America's 3 biggest trading partners.
It actually starts today, and imports from Mexico and Canada will be hit with levies of 25%, while Chinese goods will face a tax of 10%, though there are some products, like oil, for instance, which may not be levied.
Well, speaking from the Oval Office, the president hinted that the EU could be next.
The European Union charges us 20% plus a VAT tax, called a VAT tax, very similar, and it costs us an absolute fortune. We are treated so badly, and we have a tremendous deficit with the European Union, so we'll be doing something very substantial.
Now, President Trump's goal, apparently, is to drive more Americans to buy domestic products. But critics, of course, warn that the move could spike prices and fuel inflation.
Tariffs don't cause inflation, they cause success. They cause big success. So we're going to have great success. There could be some temporary short-term disruption, and people will understand that.
Well, earlier we spoke to political commentator John Oxley.
But he's a businessman whose, his business has always been more service-oriented. It's hotels, it's casinos, and not necessarily having the same experience of people who've got companies that rely on imports, imported parts, for example, and that often, as a business, you're not thinking the same way as a national economy. These things work differently, so it could work, but it could also be the thing that really trips him up.
Yeah, and how long will that take, I wonder, before it shows? Because he's a man of absolute conviction. He's always right. He won't want to be proved wrong.
And one of the things, these are immediate tariffs we are hearing. They're coming in today, which means they are applying straight away to products that are already on boats, products that are already in lorries bound for their destination. And so the importers that rely on this, and it's not just finished products, it's parts of things that get built into bigger things, are going to be dealing with those today before there's any chance for the domestic industry to catch up. If you're relying on those imports going in, you're facing bigger prices, and at this scale, those are prices you are going to put onto your consumers. So there's a real chance that the pain hits first.
In terms of the politics of it and how he approaches these things, I just wonder if that needs to be looked at from our perspective a little bit, in that he said he was going to do it, he's doing it, it's coming in. He says it's going to be great, but he says there may be some short-term disruption. Whereas in this country, what we've had certainly of late is people talking about ideas, and they get thrown about and chewed about and spat out and all the rest of it. At least he's just getting on with it. I mean, there's a level of certainty whether you agree with what he's doing or not.
That's absolutely true, and one of the problems we have in this country is that things move very slowly. It is hard to get those things done in this way via these executive orders. But the trade-off against that is it protects people and governments from doing things that backfire quickly. And one of the things we saw through last year was inflation is very bad for a government's popularity. If these things do trigger inflation, there's a real chance that that comes to bite him very quickly. And then it'll be interesting to see if he perseveres with these things if they become very politically unpopular.
It's interesting, isn't it, that he's got the rest of the world sitting on the edge of their seats, wondering if they're going to be clobbered as well. I mean, obviously us in Britain and the EU.
Yes, because ultimately America is the biggest economy in the world. It's got a huge amount of people. It does a huge amount of trade. And so if you're a country with a reasonable economy, you're selling a lot to America, but also you're looking around, what are the secondary impacts of this? If suddenly flows of things into America are going to get hit with tariffs, well, maybe that makes it easier for us to buy them because they're not going to the USA, and maybe there's opportunities there as well to sort of play around with how these tariffs are applying.
Getting on with it. Said he was going to do it. Yeah. I have to say, if I was one of the EU leaders, I'd be worried because he said we're going to do something serious with the EU. He's not
like
just
the EU.
He's not just talking though. He's not talking the talk. He'll get on with it.
Yes, he will. It'll be very interesting to see what happens over the next couple of weeks, well, maybe even sooner. I tell you what, though, at 9:08, let's turn to the US now. And because there's been another aviation tragedy. This time it was in Philadelphia. And apparently it was a medical transport carrying 6 passengers, including a child. And it just fell from the sky.
It comes, of course, just days after that American Airlines flight collided with an Army helicopter over D.C., which we know killed all 67 people involved.
Now, this medical jet in Philadelphia crashed within minutes of takeoff. It plummeted into a highly populated area of North Philadelphia, and it set multiple homes and cars on fire.
Well, earlier we spoke to US journalist Matthew Capucci.
It's highly unusual for an event with this many fatalities to occur in the United States, never mind 2 in only 48 hours. Right now, what we know is the plane took off shortly after 6 o'clock in the evening local time here on Friday night in the United States, left Philadelphia. The weather at the time featured light rain, ceilings or cloud bases at about 250, 300 meters and light winds. Icing was not a factor. We see that it went down really after about 90 seconds to 2 minutes, approaching the ground at speeds around 550 kilometers per hour. And ultimately, at this point, we don't know exactly what happened. Given the extremely steep angle at which it collided with the ground, it must have been either some sort of incredible mechanical failure or perhaps a shift in the load on the airplane that changed the center of gravity. Of course, so many unknowns at this point, but the NTSB will be investigating in the very near future.
Dear me, so many questions with all of this. You can't... I mean, already, the experts are saying, or the ones we've talked to here, I mean, obviously NTSB doing their own investigation in the States, but saying they can't understand how this has happened in Washington, D.C. And now to see this ambulance, this plane, literally just drop out of the sky after takeoff.
And some people didn't like the way Trump sort of, immediately made comments, and particularly comment about DEI recruitment, where it was as though he was suggesting it was something to do with that first terrible accident. But this one, will he have something to say on this one, or will he keep a respectful silence? Who knows?
We shall see. Now, shall we have a look at Greyhound racing?
Well, yes, because it's a long, proud history in the UK, and people love greyhound racing. But according to the regulator, which is the Greyhound Board of Great Britain, its future is now under threat.
Yeah, they say there needs to be more funding for the sport, and they've started a petition to introduce a statutory levy on bookmakers to help fund better welfare, which is really important.
Well, our reporter Jack Carson has the story for you.
From companions on royal hunts to champion racers and, of course, beloved pets, greyhounds are ingrained into British society. But for those 12,000 determined dogs who race at tracks across the country, a petition has been launched to help protect their welfare in an uncertain future. The petition urges MPs to debate a new statutory levy on bookmakers to better protect the welfare of racing greyhounds. It's part of the Keep Welfare on Track campaign, created by regulator the Greyhound Board of Great Britain. Currently, a voluntary levy sees bookmakers able to opt into a payment of 0.6% of their greyhound racing turnover. Mark Bird is the chief executive of the regulator.
Increased funding, and more sustainable funding especially, will ensure that the welfare of the dogs are paramount and are being met, but also it ensures that there's a survivability of the sport. You know, greyhound racing next year will be 100 years old in this country, and it's a proper red wall sport that we want to see continue, and the only way we can do that is through sustainable funding.
The betting industry turned over £800 million in 2022-23, but the money paid into the levy has fallen by 67% over the last 15 years. The Greyhound Board's executive veterinarian Tiffany Blackett explains how £5 million to be received from the racing fund this year will go towards funding welfare and integrity.
We want to provide accessible veterinary care dedicated to greyhounds, and this could be through the development of centres of excellence for greyhound medicine and surgery, as well as physiotherapy, rehabilitation, preventative care, to ensure that the highest level of care is available for greyhounds during and after their racing career.
Under the proposals, the new compulsory levy would see contributions from betting companies to resemble what's seen in other sports, such as horse racing. For the trainers, it's a lifetime of dedication and often a family business passed down through generations. Jason Gray took over from his father.
It will affect us all if we don't get it, and if we don't get it, then we've got to negotiate something else to try and increase the money that's been put into the sport. You know, it's a great historic traditional sport in this country, and it'd be a crying shame if it had to stop.
A recent written statement from the Minister for Sport, Media, Civil Society and Youth, Stephanie Peacock, acknowledged the importance of greyhound racing to the nation's culture. The hope from those in this sport is that with enough signatures on the petition, this British institution can continue for years to come. Jack Carson, GB News.
Well, let the dog see the rabbit.
Yes, that's right, the racing rabbit.
Yeah. I don't know,
It's
incredible
fascinating to watch. It really is.
But, I mean, there are
and
questions.
Very exciting.
There have been questions. A lot of people raise concerns about greyhounds when they retire and how they've been treated. Whether some are just put down. Things, and obviously that cannot continue. There's got to be a welfare system
They
in place.
apparently make incredibly good pets when they've retired. I don't know if anyone watching has ever taken on a retired greyhound, but I'd love to hear from you. about whether they do, whether it's a myth. I don't know.
No, my granddad had a
They're very
greyhound.
gentle, but they're very intelligent as well.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
the trouble is, if they see a rabbit, you'd have to go running after them.
Yeah, well, I just stand there, wait till they come back.
Yeah.
You're not going to
They
stand
come
a
round
chance,
again.
are you? Right, it is 15 minutes past 9. Let's have a look at some of the other key stories this morning. And Hamas is handing over more Israeli hostages to the Red Cross in Gaza. This is a live scene now, and this is the helicopter which will be taking those hostages back to Israel, where they'll be treated in hospital and examined and reunited with their families after being delivered there. You know the process by now. They're taken by the National Committee for the Red Cross, then delivered to this site where the Israelis take over. Ofer Calderon and Yarden Bibas being released along with Keith Siegel. In exchange, 182 Palestinian prisoners are due to be released today.
The convicted serial killer Lucy Letby, her legal team is announcing what is claimed to be new medical evidence from a panel of international experts. The panel will be chaired by Conservative MP Sir David Davis and will include retired neonatologist Dr. Shu Lee, who's expected to disclose new analysis at a central London press conference. That'll be on Tuesday.
Lidl customers are being told to return 2 mini pretzel products. Apparently, they may cause a burning sensation if you eat them. They're Alpenfest-style salted mini pretzels in milk and dark chocolate.
And consumers are going to see the price of alcohol rise today as a hike in duties comes into effect. This means that a bottle of gin, for instance, will rise by 32 pence, whilst wine will increase by 54 pence. But if you pop down the pub instead to have a drink, apparently draft products will be cut by 1.7%, meaning, for instance, a penny off a pint.
I buy snacks deliberately that make your mouth feel hot when you eat them.
Yeah, but there's something. Maybe they put too much of something in these mini pretzels.
No, but it's not worth
Anyway,
the risk,
if you've got them in the cupboard, take them back.
Take them back. You get your money back or swap it for something else or whatever.
Yeah.
Right, shall we see what the weather's going to do? Because apparently we might get a glimpse of the sun today.
Well, you can only wish.
Here's Alex.
Heavy showers first thing will be followed by a warm, cosy day. Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Morning, I'm here with your latest GB News weather update from the Met Office. There's quite a bit of mist, murk and fog around this morning, and for some of us it's going to linger through a fairly large chunk of the day, particularly across some central eastern parts. A lot of thick cloud here, some murkiness to be had, although across the far east of England I am expecting a bit more sunshine to develop this afternoon. Also some sunshine across parts of, well, eastern Scotland, northern England, down through Wales and perhaps the southwest of England too. But elsewhere largely cloudy, outbreaks of rain across Scotland and Northern Ireland with strengthening winds. In the best of the sunshine, not feeling too bad for the time of year. Temperatures just about scraping into double figures towards the southwest of the UK. Looking through into this evening, and for much of Scotland it is going to be fairly cloudy, perhaps some clear skies towards the east and southeast. Otherwise, a few outbreaks of rain around, winds strengthening, but the wettest, windiest weather is yet to come. A similar story across Northern Ireland, a bit cloudy, and there will be some blustery, at times wet weather. Clearer skies for many parts of northwest England into Wales and perhaps the southwest, but elsewhere largely cloudy as we go through this evening, though some clear skies across parts of East Anglia. That frontal system towards the northwest I highlighted does gradually progress its way eastwards as we go overnight, so turning pretty wet for Northern Ireland and also western Scotland. Elsewhere towards the north and west there will be some outbreaks of rain, but further south and east you are, greater chance you have of staying dry, and some clear skies in the southeast will allow temperatures to drop, so there could be some fog patches, even a touch of frost in some places too. That front makes pretty slow progress gradually eastwards as we go through tomorrow, and so towards the north and west it is going to be a bit damp at times, something a little bit dry and brighter developing across western Northern Ireland later, and all the time staying largely fine and sunny towards the southeast of the UK. That being said, the sunshine is not particularly strong at this time of year, so we're only looking at temperatures peaking in the high single digits. See you later.
Expect a warm front, moving from the kitchen right through to the rest of the house. Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
It's the Great British Giveaway
yes, it is.
again right now, but it's different because we've got 2 amazing prize bundles to be won. Each bundle will contain a brand new iPhone, £500 to spend in your favourite store, and £10,000 in tax-free cash. So if you fancy your chances, here's how to take part.
Want to be one of 2 lucky Great British Giveaway winners? That's right, you could win one of 2 prize bundles, which includes a brand new iPhone 16, £500 in shopping vouchers to spend in your favourite store, and an incredible £10,000 in tax-free cash to spend however you like. What would you spend that cash on? For a chance to win an iPhone, vouchers and £10,000 in cash, text cash to 63232. One entry costs £2 plus 1 standard network rate message, or text bonus to 63232. 5 entries cost £5 plus 1 standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start from just £2. Call 0903 681 3232. Calls cost £2 plus your network access charge, or post your name and number to GB11 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrants must be 18 or over. Lines close at 6 p.m. on the 7th of March. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
2 winners. Very good. Right, the price of social care is going through the roof. We're going to be hearing about even more pressure on the industry. I'll tell you more in just a moment.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, isn't it?
No,
Because the failure is...
You're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back,
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
and we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Dubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
Feathers McGraw, Wallace and Gromit's their villain, has become an unlikely hit at UK tattoo parlours. He's menacing.
He is, yeah.
He's,
and the fact he
there we
doesn't
are.
speak and he's got this glove on top of his head trying
Yeah,
to
there
convince
we
us
are.
he's a chicken or something.
And that is a real tattoo that someone has decided to have there. What do you 2 think about tattoos? Are they
I
to
love-
express themselves? Or?
I love it. So I've basically got Dr. King.
there we
on
go.
me.
Oh, there he goes. Very nice. He's showing us.
If you can't fly, run.
Nice.
That's
Probably
nice.
slightly more meaningful than having the
That's
villainous
very
angle.
Oh, come on, Trey, you won't get Feathers McGraw.
Maybe not. It's kind of got that kind. You know when you go abroad and you know Ibiza or Magaluf and you
Tenerife or something,
Tenerife
yeah.
and you get a quick
Yeah,
tattoo.
bloke
It's
with a
looking
big
like
one
that,
on his
yeah.
chest,
Or
yeah.
like a pirate or something. It's kind of
Yeah.
got that vibe. Not for me. However, I do get the sentimentality around it. You know, some people have grown up on Wallace and
Yeah.
Gromit and they love it and it has meaning. And he is a well-written character, so I
Oh,
get
he's
it.
brilliant,
but
isn't it?
I prefer
Great
my
music is for
tattoos
that.
a bit more meaningful.
Bit more, yeah. I feel like as well, there's a surge in it. Lots of people have had it, but then is it then going to become unpopular because of it? And how many people regret the
Then you're in
tattoos?
trouble.
Apparently,
Buyer's
not
remorse.
14% of people regret tattoos.
Wow.
See, I think that's where the meaningful side comes into it. I've got a couple of meaningful tattoos, and I know I will never get
Hidden
bored
ones?
of them. Not one on my wrist, one on my ankle. They're not hidden, but yeah, I think because they mean something to me, I'll never get bored.
Yes, exactly. I think that's important. If you're gonna, a tattoo's for life, isn't it?
That's the thing.
It's got to
Well, I
mean
haven't got
something.
it. Oh, have you not?
I'll be indecisive. I
There's
think I'll
nothing
get
you thought
something...
I want to keep on my body forever.
If I had about 6 or 7 pints and then stumbled into a tattoo parlour,
you'd come out with
something
that.
I don't think I'd
chaotic.
be able to pronounce
a
Feathers
disaster.
McGraw.
Yeah, a disaster could happen. Then I walk out. Oh no, I've got this for the rest of my life.
You might become addicted.
Well, let's hope not.
Some people do, don't they?
GB News, the People's Channel.
Join me, Camilla Tominey, for a frank and honest discussion with those in power that cuts through the spin and gets to the heart of the issues shaping our nation.
You haven't confirmed that you want to stand as leader, but you haven't ruled it out either.
This report basically says that he's not fit to stand trial. Is he indecisive? Incompetent?
I deliver the dose of reality Westminster needs. That's the Camilla Tominey Show at 9:30 every Sunday on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello again, it's 9:24. Now, data from the social care industry shows that 22% of care providers are preparing to close down this year because they can't withstand financial pressures. Basically, they ain't got the money.
Well, the Home Care Association says the cost of care is actually £32.14 an hour, but some local authorities will only pay £18 an hour for it.
You start to see the financial pressures, don't you? 2 in 3 care providers apparently are on the brink of staff redundancies, and 57% could be forced to hand existing contracts back to the NHS.
Well, we're joined by the Vice Chair of the Home Care Association, Lucy Campbell, and Managing Director at Right at Home North Somerset, Grant Atwood. Good to see you both. Grant, can I ask you, what's the situation like for you?
So thank you for having us. We have seen in our region that several care companies have closed over the past year, and this is before the impact of the national insurance hikes and the budget announcements come into play in April this year. So yes, it's a tough trading environment for sure.
Yeah, Lucy, it just seems unsustainable, doesn't it? And yet something's got to be done.
Yeah, absolutely. The social care system is the absolute linchpin in terms of supporting the NHS. We keep people safe and well at home and ultimately support people and prevent them from going into hospital. These latest budgetary announcements just show an absolute reckless disregard for the immense pressures that the sector's already facing. We've got an annualised deficit of 1.9 billion. There's 2.6 million people waiting for care packages, many more seeing their care packages cut. And as you correctly just reported, 22% of businesses saying they're looking to close their doors. It's absolutely a horrendous situation we're seeing at the moment.
How can any of this be saved, Grant, unless, to be frank, the government starts to spend more money? And it would be a lot of money.
I think what we need to understand is that our carers are professionals and we pay them well. We want them to deliver a really good quality of care. And, with national insurance hikes, for example, we've been told we should automate, we should streamline processes, we should work more efficiently. But that's not how it works in care. We want to deliver really, really high quality of care, and we want to be really, really helping and supporting people as best we can, not rushing through visits.
Which means it's got to be it's taking the time to personalise it, I guess, Grant.
That's right. That's absolutely right, and that's how our team is trained and has been working for years. And it's just and that's what our vulnerable adults that we support. That's what they need. So yes, absolutely, it needs to be properly funded. It's not somewhere where we can just cut corners.
It feels as though we're on the brink of some having to close down their whole service if something isn't done now. What will happen to the people who need that care, Lucy?
Oh, it's absolutely horrendous. Ultimately, as I said, the social care system is absolutely imperative in keeping people safe and well in their own homes. So when people are getting good care and support, there's less chance of health decline, less chance of them going into hospital. And ultimately, if they do have to go into hospital, we can get them home in a safe and pleasant environment much more quickly. If the health and social care system collapse, ultimately the pressure is just going to be on the NHS. And this is only going to add to the horrendous corridor crisis that we're already seeing. But here's the thing, you mentioned before about the minimum price for home care, £32.14 an hour. Now, obviously, that covers the caregiver wages, their on-costs, so the holiday pay and national insurance, and all of the other fundamental aspects in terms of keeping people safe and well in their own homes and compliant with regulatory standards. Now, just the cost of paying the caregiver and their holiday pay and national insurance is £22.71. And you've got local authorities putting tenders out between £17 and £18 an hour. Now, it doesn't take a mathematician to see that something is fundamentally wrong there. And the only way a care provider can deliver care at that rate is sadly either not meeting national living wage compliance or not delivering care in a compliant way. And I know we're talking about the pressures on business here, but let's remember the human impact. people going without care and support, their health is going to go into decline, which is absolutely horrendous. And in worst case scenario, people will sadly lose their lives.
Just as you've both been talking, Grant, the one thing that it's taken me back to, bizarrely, is 2008 and the financial crisis, where big companies were deemed too big to fail. Well, surely the social care system in this country has got to be deemed too big to fail,
or too
hasn't
important
it?
to fail.
I think that's absolutely an absolute myth. You know, social care providers come in all shapes and sizes, but you know, most social care providers are SMEs. A lot.
Oh no,
you know,
I know, but Lucy, you're missing the point. I mean, I'm not saying they are. I'm saying the system as a whole is too big to fail. We can't allow the system to collapse.
Oh, we absolutely can't allow the system to collapse. But unfortunately, our Chancellor is showing an absolute reckless disregard for the pressures that are being faced by the system. You know, we've got Baroness Casey's committee. We're absolutely welcoming reforms. You know, we're hearing the Secretary of State for Health and Social Care talk about wonderful reforms that will move services from hospital into the community. But unless there's immediate funding, then there's going to be nothing left to reform.
Final word, Grant?
I think so. We've discussed the impact on the vulnerable adults that we support. We've discussed the impact on the NHS. But what we haven't mentioned is the impact. For example, last week we had the daughter of who is now a client, but she called us and she said her existing care provider for her mum had closed down, and they were at their wits' end. She was going to have to give up her job to look after her mum. And I think there's an economic cost burden there as well that we haven't fully accounted for.
Yeah, that's a very valid point. Grant, Lucy, thank you both very much indeed. Appreciate your time. I think that's the sort of thing that the Chancellor needs to take into account, doesn't it?
There are a lot of things that she seems to be doing which aren't very Labour. Are they? I mean, the crackdown on the long-term sick. People who have serious disabilities are going to be sort of cross-examined or made to go in for interviews where it might actually be very difficult for them to even get there. And this is, again, seems to be hitting a part of society that might have actually relied on a Labour government to be more sympathetic.
Well, maybe. I mean, look, I can understand money's tight. It's very difficult. But in these situations, when you're talking about vulnerable people who need that care at home, which you know, allows other people to work and add to the economy. It allows hospitals to function properly and corridors to be not used as wards and all the rest of it. You've got to look at the big economic picture and say, this has to be funded.
On the other hand, it was interesting that he just gave us the example of somebody who might have to give up her job in order to be able to look after her mother. I'll bet you there are a lot of people watching at the moment and say, 'twas ever thus.
Well, yeah.
Isn't that part of being a family? No matter how hard it is.
I hate to say it because it's 22 billion for net zero for carbon capture, and I'm not saying that. I'm not saying carbon capture is a bad thing.
No,
I don't think it is. However, 22 billion on that when this needs it, or however many billion we give away in foreign aid, which again I don't think is a bad thing.
But is this the time to be doing it?
It's now the time to be doing it. Time for some hard decisions, and sometimes we've got to look after those people who need
Rachel
it the
Reid
most.
says she's making the tough decisions, but we don't all agree that it's the right decision to be.
No.
Anyway, we'll move on because time is ever thus. It is very nearly 9:34, and Aidan McGee will be here with all your sports news in just a couple of moments.
Good afternoon, Britain. Weekdays from midday.
Lisa, you got in touch with me and you flagged this survey because you were concerned as a parent that your child had been given this to fill out.
Yeah, I mean, my daughter came home from school. She was very confused. She was asking why somebody would want to hurt themselves if they were feeling sad or worried about something. So that led to a conversation that we had, and I actually phoned the school and asked them to send me the survey, which with a lot of pushing, they eventually did send me the survey. And when I read through it, I was just completely shocked at the content. The survey says when I'm feeling worried that maybe I should try cutting or harming myself because because it's in the survey, so that must be an option. I've tried everything else, so why not try this?
It is astonishing that some of these are young children who are perhaps being introduced to these, these abuses for the first time.
Yeah, I mean, there's a list of 17 different types of drugs, some of which I've actually never heard of myself. I mean, the wording on here is, have you ever got high from taking drugs? I mean...
And we know that some of these behaviours, self-harm, gender dysphoria, taking drugs, are psychologically contagious. Children do them because they see other children do them, or they find out about them from the internet or from surveys like this. So the idea that this is just information gathering and won't go any further than that is ridiculous. There was a similar survey in Scotland, I think, about 3 years ago, where children the same age, 11, 12, 13, were asked about their sex lives. How many times have you had sex in the last year? How did you have sex? Did you use contraception? Totally normalising underage sex. So the idea that children are just mini adults and we can confront them with all the same kind of ideas and dilemmas that adults have to face is just ridiculous.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Headliners on GB News 11 p.m. every night. It's got 3 top comedians going through the next day's newspapers so you don't have to read them, which is great.
That's a good point. He's lying. I mean, maybe he's not lying.
That's Headliners every night from 11 p.m. and 5 a.m. as well on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Okoye, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
This is Britain's Newsroom, where your voice matters.
It's just astonishing. With expert analysis and honest opinion, we don't just keep you informed.
We bring you unique perspectives you won't see anywhere else.
Can't argue with any of that. When the news happens, it happens here.
On Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Right, Adrian's got the sport. 9:36. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning again. Yeah, look, let's start with the rugby because it was a very, very difficult night for Wales last night at Paris. Now, let's be absolutely square from the off. This was always going to be a tough assignment, extremely tough, tough fixture. I mean, this is France. This is one of the favourites for the tournament. In fact, I'd probably put them slightly ahead of Ireland based on last night. Antoine Dupont is back, dominating things from scrum half, considered to be the best player in the world right now, and you could see why last night. And that was the first time. It was a 43-0 win for France. It was the first time, 28-0 at half-time, by the way, I should add. The first time Wales has scored 0 points, 0 points in a Six Nations match.
It worse,
it is, yeah, and that means that next week's clash against Italy is going to be pivotal for them because otherwise they're going to be heading for the wooden spoon. Scotland-Italy this afternoon at 2:15 at Murrayfield. Ireland against England as well at 4:45 today, and a big one for England as well because look, they've got a really tough start here. They've got Ireland today in Dublin, and they've got France. They're playing the two favourites in the first 2 weeks. They've got a new captain. I think it's going to be quite important for the coach to deliver a decent showing in this tournament because England have been less than convincing, I would suggest, in the last couple of tournaments that he's been involved in. And in addition to that, it's a long, drawn-out tournament as well. A little bit like the World Cup. It seems to go on forever and ever. It's going to take a lot of demands on the body. And look, I mean, when it's a new captain, as Stephen mentioned a couple of hours ago, a bad performance, then sometimes immediately these days, in the way we are, the disposable nature of sporting personalities, you're questioned straight away, aren't you? So it's going to be, but let's hope it will be a decent event anyway. There's no question about that.
Yeah. Can we talk about what else? Do you know what? I zoned out slightly then.
Did you?
Got to be honest. There you go. It's getting late in the day for me. Did you mention Scotland?
Yes, I did. Yeah, Scotland against Italy. Yeah, I did.
Had loads of people say you mentioned Scotland.
I just want to mention something that the England captain Mauro Itoje said in the press conference about the desire or his desire to keep rugby on terrestrial television. Because the domestic competition is struggling. I don't think the fitness levels of that competition is providing is good enough for international rugby. It's almost the same situation in reverse for football, and it's not an issue over fitness, but the domestic game in football is very strong. The international game has tailed off a little bit in the last 20 years. If you look at it like for like, rugby is opposite. The international game is going great guns, and we look at it through the prism of England because England have not been playing well. But if you look at Ireland and look at France, the game is in a good shape from that point of view. But Mario Itoje, who grew up watching the Six Nations on BBC and ITV, wants to see it stay on terrestrial because he said it's not the time for fewer eyes to be on the sport.
But is that realistic, given that it's, the digital, what you call it, the subscription channels?
Yes.
Can afford to pay a fortune?
They can, but it's always a balancing act for the governing body because sometimes you have, it's a toss-up between shall we take the money or shall we and have fewer people looking at the sport. I always remember when, back in 2012, I think BT, as it was then, bought the Champions League, and the UEFA actually decided that some of the finals were going to have to be made free-to-air on YouTube because not enough people were watching it.
Yeah.
And you did hear less about it. You just noticed from week to week, day to day, you didn't hear as much about the competition because it couldn't be found as easily and couldn't be located. And don't forget, that was in the early days of BT as well, when it wasn't as accessible as it is today, and it's been rebranded, of course. So I think it's important. I do think some sport has to be, whatever sport it is, the answer is a mix. You've got to have some of it available on subscription, that premium element, so that you can bring the money in, but you also need to be accessible. Otherwise, how do you bring in new eyes?
But how do you make that work, though? I mean, if the subscription channels are willing to pay.
They want exclusivity as well, don't they? They don't want to be giving stuff away for free. But I just think there has to be a balance to be struck. But, let's see how it plays out, because it's quite rare for a player, especially someone as high profile as that, to speak out on such a matter.
Yeah. Football, who's playing today?
Today we've got some interesting fixtures today. Bournemouth, Anne's favourites, actually against Liverpool. That's the standout fixture of today. Liverpool, huge incentives, already 6 points ahead at the top of the Premier League in that. And their game in hand, they could potentially be 12 points clear if other results go their way. And that would give them one hand on the trophy, I would say, a first title in 5 years for Liverpool. It would be a second in 35 years if they could see the job through. But Bournemouth, they haven't lost since November the 23rd, and that's quite
astonishing. If I was minded to watch that, what would it be on? That
would be on... no, it's 3 o'clock, so there's a blackout. Do you know about the blackout?
No.
There's been a blackout since the 1960s in top flight football. So the idea is that you can't watch matches that are scheduled for 3 o'clock on a Saturday. You cannot watch them live on television unless you've got a dodgy illegal stream, because it would affect attendances lower down. So the idea is that, say I'm watching in West London somewhere and Brentford were in League Two, for example, and they were there as it was a few years ago, then you wouldn't be able to watch the Premier League games live on TV, because that would make you maybe not go to Brentford, and it would harm the. It came from a Burnley chairman called Bob Lord back in the 60s, who was convinced that television would be the death of football, and that's endured. There are talks to remove that right now, and I've known some people tell me at lower league who run corporate hospitality, as I'm quite familiar with now and again, they say to me that if you could watch the game at, say, Blackpool and have a Premier League game going on concurrently in the same box, and you could watch a bit of both, that would actually... There'd be a bit of a market for that.
No,
but we'll see. We'll see.
It's
the 3 o'clock blackout. Yeah, it's hugely important, but lots of broadcasters are pushing to get rid of it. I think it would go in a year or so. It's been going since about 1965, I believe.
Right, Aidan, thank you very much
I'll
indeed.
see you tomorrow.
You will indeed.
I'm back on a couple of later shows.
Oh, of course he is. It's not about self-promotion. Imagine if he was selling the book,
Can't get
he'd
him
never
off.
be off. Right, if you fancy some winter sun, let's show you the forecast for some top European destinations.
I hope it doesn't rain.
Don't worry about it.
It'll spoil our holiday.
Relax, we're totally covered.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
There's some pretty unsettled weather in central parts of the Mediterranean this weekend. Strong winds to go along with the heavy rain. Also a band of rain sweeping across parts of Spain, Portugal and into France as we go through tomorrow. Even some hill snow mixed in with this. But it's in the central Med where we have the heaviest rain, the strongest winds affecting parts of Italy, Greece, even the north of Africa as well. But as we go into next week, there will be a lot of dry and often sunny weather around. See you later.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
Martin Daubney, weekdays from 3 p.m.
An absolute monster. It took Chloe and Sean Ing 90 minutes to reel in this gigantic 8-foot-long monster fish from Chigborough Fisheries in Essex. And upon weighing this enormous marine beast, it was found to have been 7 pounds heavier than the existing British record, a 143-pound catfish caught also in Essex. But as I understand it, you actually went for a Chinese meal when fate struck. Is that right?
That's correct. Yeah. So I was fishing an area of Chigborough where you have to fish at a fair distance. So I cast my rods out and then we ordered a Chinese. And yeah, so I got the bite at about 10 to 8 at night. And then about 20 minutes into it, my phone started ringing, the Chinese guys at the gate with my delivery. So I had to send a couple of guys off to go and get it. And then, yeah, the fight, obviously, you can't just stop the fight to go and get your Chinese. So, yeah, the fight went on, for about an hour and a half in total. There's no net in the world that's big enough for this fish. So we had to send out, first of all, I sent out a mate, Alex. He went out there to go and basically use what we call a sling. So that's a safe apparatus that we use to take the fish out of the water. He then went to and he turned around and he was like, we're going to need another sling. So then we sent out another friend with a sling, and these slings are 4 foot long each. So then we had the catfish wrapped up in 2 slings, and it was still slightly longer than that. And then we got to a point where we was like, now we've got to try and get it out of the water to photo, to weigh it, because obviously we knew then that it was possibly going to be a UK record.
GB News.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK,
we're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
We're proud to be GB News, the People's Channel. And as you know, we always love to hear your views. Now, there's a new way of getting in touch with us at gbnews.com/yoursay. By commenting, you can be part of a live conversation and join our GB News community. You can even talk to me, Bev Turner, or any of the members of the GB News family.
I'm Christopher Hope. From pop stars to politicians, I'll interview anybody in a pub who's got a political opinion. Join me every Friday on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, YouTube or gbnews.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. This is GB News, the People's Channel.
Hello again, 9:47. Now, the funeral of the singer and TV personality Linda Nolan is going to take place today at St Paul's Church in Blackpool.
Well, Linda passed away a couple of weeks ago. She was just 65. And as you'll know, she had that long battle with cancer, breast cancer that was treated, and then she ended up with a brain tumour. So it's been a long, long fight.
Yeah, and a lot of people have been in touch saying, oh, my goodness, I'm actually old enough to remember the Nolan sisters in their heyday. And they were incredibly, incredibly famous, which is why I suppose we've followed their lives ever since. Lots of famous people, obviously, friends, will be attending the funeral. The family have said it's a very big family event, but everybody will be welcome.
Well, let's head to St Paul's in Blackpool, and our reporter, Jack Carson. Morning, Jack. It's going to be quite some day. A lot of tears shed today.
It will be very sad. In fact, we've, in the last few moments, just spoken to Paul Chuckle as he's arrived here, one of the people that worked with Linda numerous times on pantomimes, as he was telling us such a sad occasion he was telling us that today is. He told us that it's always on the worst of occasions, the saddest of occasions, that everyone seems to get together, but he has fond memories of Linda, as do so many people here in Blackpool. She's been described as the Queen of Blackpool herself. I mean, you just look around us here as fans lining the street here. As you were mentioning, this funeral very open to the public. The family want members of the public, fans of the Nolases, fans of Linda, to be able to come here and pay their respects. They pay their tributes. People entering the church now, signing a book of condolence with a beautiful portrait. You just can't see at the moment, but a beautiful portrait of Linda there. you were mentioning the Nolan sisters, just how famous they were. Millions of records sold all around the world. They toured with Frank Sinatra. In fact, one of Frank's songs is part of the service today, as Linda will be brought in later on in pure showbiz style. Her last request to be able to be brought in as part of her funeral in a pink glittery coffin. The Nolan family will be here a little bit later on, and it's then a private service later this afternoon as they remember, of course, such a wonderful woman, someone who we've told is such a larger-than-life character. You mentioned the battles that she had, not only initially with breast cancer, but then once that came back and the terminal illness that she was diagnosed with, but still, throughout that whole period, she was determined to keep going. And one of the things that people are mentioning today is how she'll be reunited with her beloved Brian, married for 26 years, married in this church. Brian had his funeral in this church, so this space, this church, this space for the family is very, very special. So Linda being reunited today with them, there are many famous faces that know Linda that we're expecting to see today, including the likes of Kerry Katona, Kim Marsh, so many others as well. As mentioned, we've not long just spoken to Paul Chuckle, so a very sad occasion, but at the same time a celebration of Linda's wonderful life.
OK, Jack, thank you. See you later.
One of our viewers has already said, Deborah said, she'll get a good send-off, R.I.P.
Yes, she will. Now, just to tell you that early in the show we had the Farrows family on talking about their fundraiser. This is their giving page so far. Actually, that's a little bit out of date, but you've been extremely generous. We've now hit £8,010, and they were, when they came on the show about an hour and a half ago, it was at 5,200. So what a generous lot you have been.
And that can't be coincidence, can it? It must be you guys. Thank you for being so generous. That's
there's a QR code which on the TV you can scan. It's on your screen now. Or if you're listening on the radio and you're interested in giving something, Fallows Family Fundraiser is what you need to Google for that one.
OK. Well, weirdly, this couple have come to sit next to us. I think it must be something to do with Saturday Morning Live. Sophie and Adam are here. Hello.
Yes, we are. Good morning, guys. Good morning.
Happy February.
Oh, that's true.
We made it.
That seems like the longest month ever, didn't it?
It was very long.
Deary me. But it's over.
Well, I hope.
Yes.
Yes. It is, isn't it? February 1st today? It is.
It is.
No, it is over. No, the weather, I mean, particularly.
Oh, well.
Stephen's been confidently forecasting that it's going to get better, haven't you?
Yes, sun today in a lot of places.
I will take your word for it. I'm heading straight back up north after this, so let's hope it's dry. I don't know. We can never guarantee up where we're from, can we?
It's always the west.
Yeah.
That's the worst of it, sadly.
How are you keeping to your New Year's resolutions? How are they looking?
I haven't had any.
You didn't have any?
January the 2nd, sort of.
I'm going strong. Still watching another film the other day. Pulp Fiction the other night. What
did you make of Pulp Fiction?
Oh, very strange, isn't it? It's very unnerving.
Sort of an acquired taste.
It's a boys' one.
It's more of a 16-year-old boys' film, you know, put the poster on your wall kind of thing.
I enjoyed it. I'm glad we watched it. It was good. But we're talking today as well about Chinese New Year. And we've done a little bit of research. Do you two know what year you are? We're both year of the ox, but we've actually researched you two.
I think I'm
horse. Oh, have you?
You are a horse, yes.
Stephen, do you know what you are? I know what you are.
Snake.
Snake?
No, you're the tiger. So you're bold and dynamic, brave and adventurous, but unfortunately you might be a bit impulsive, stubborn and restless as well.
Oh, so that's 1992, is it, Tiger?
We were on the same year.
I beg your pardon.
No. So you are power, beauty and freedom.
Well,
I didn't write down the negatives because I didn't think you had any.
No,
so
exactly.
All
Thank you very
positives
much
for you.
I'm quite pleased to be a tiger.
That's quite nice.
Yours is quite good, yeah.
Yeah.
Because I was almost a rat. I was 2 days away from being the rat.
Close.
Bit rubbish.
So what are you?
We're oxes.
Both ox.
Yeah.
So what are oxes then?
Just intelligent, you know, very, you know...
Hard work.
Stubborn though as well. Quite stubborn, so there's that.
Yeah.
We're really introverted, and I don't think that could be said for either of us.
No.
So hang on, when is the Chinese New Year?
It was Chinese. The actual date, Lunar New Year, was on Wednesday.
Oh, right.
But I think it's quite a lengthy celebration, isn't it? So we've got a guest in later who's going to be teaching us all about the traditions of Chinese New Year. So that's something to look forward to,
Yeah,
isn't
some
it?
sweet treats as well, apparently, so we're looking forward to
Oh,
that.
have you learned... How do you say it?
Couldn't wait if I told you.
Oh, that's... Wow.
Wow.
Yeah, I think, well, sort of.
Well, we've got some learning to do, so...
I know, I was going to say, whatever, it's better than what either of us could do.
Yeah.
But it is Year of the Serpent, isn't it?
It is Year of the Snake.
The wood snake.
Yeah.
Or snake.
The wood
So
snake,
it actually,
yeah. Specifically.
I've got some notes on it.
Oh, it always helps.
Because it's, while snake is regarded for its intelligence, it's also thought of as sly, secretive and jealous.
Yeah.
Therefore, it's sometimes referred to as the Little Dragon Year, because some people don't like being known as the Year of the Snake. So you could also say it's the Year of the Little Dragon.
Oh, well, there you go.
Yeah, so if you are Year of the Snake, you can...
Not all hope is not lost,
switch
yeah.
that with Little Dragon.
Oh, well, from 2 oxes, a tiger and a horse. Very good. A very good morning to you. I can't believe you know that.
Very impressed.
Years of broadcasting does that to you.
So impressed. Right, thanks both. See you in a minute, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Even though we'll see a cloudy start, it'll be a bright outlook for the rest of the day. Boxed Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Morning, I'm here with your latest GB News weather update from the Met Office. There's quite a bit of mist, murk and fog around this morning, and for some of us it's going to linger through a fairly large chunk of the day, particularly across some central eastern parts. A lot of thick cloud here, some murkiness to be had, although across the far east of England I am expecting a bit more sunshine to develop this afternoon. Also some sunshine across parts of, well, eastern Scotland, northern England, down through Wales and perhaps the southwest of England too. But elsewhere largely cloudy, outbreaks of rain across Scotland and Northern Ireland with strengthening winds. In the best of the sunshine, not feeling too bad for the time of year. Temperatures just about scraping into double figures towards the southwest of the UK. Looking through into this evening, and for much of Scotland it is going to be fairly cloudy, perhaps some clear skies towards the east and southeast. Otherwise, a few outbreaks of rain around, winds strengthening, but the wettest, windiest weather is yet to come. A similar story across Northern Ireland, a bit cloudy, and there will be some blustery, at times wet weather. Clearer skies for many parts of northwest England into Wales and perhaps the southwest, but elsewhere largely cloudy as we go through this evening, though some clear skies across parts of East Anglia. That frontal system towards the northwest I highlighted does gradually progress its way eastwards as we go overnight, so turning pretty wet for Northern Ireland and also western Scotland. Elsewhere towards the north and west there will be some outbreaks of rain, but further south and east you are, greater chance you have of staying dry.